And now that the mic is unmuted, you can probably hear me. Hello there, our viewer, whoever you are. But I am apologizing right now for the short delay in getting started. It was partially me running around and also forgetting to take my meds, and then also partially me just wanting to wait till the number 13 to start. But today we are doing an art stream, not Hades. We would normally do Hades today, but no, alas. I think we are doing a fight scene. Now, something you may not know about me is I used to do quite a lot of I used to do quite a lot of small comic drawing. And so I'm gonna see if I can easily put in framing template. There we go. I'm gonna see if I can easily put in a framing template with a lot of boxes that would be helpful for doing this kind of thing. These are partially here just to help for measurements. We're going to add a new raster layer. And throw this way on top. There we go. There we go. Now we're on top. Layers. Fun. If I'm slow at this, I know. I'm not good. Anyways. I'd be slightly better if it were, like, practical. But no. Alright, first thing we're going to do today, I want to figure out a good posing. So I'm going to do a sequence with some stick figures to start out. So I'm going to practice discussing while I draw. Drawing actually takes more effort for me mentally than like playing Hades or something does, which may be kind of funny, but like to some people, but you know, it is what it is for me. But I'm gonna try to practice talking while doing this, to kind of give myself practice for the Hades talking. Been trying to think about different things, and it was actually the Jack stream that I was watching earlier, slash still kind of am. It was actually the Jack stream that gave me the idea to try to do more or talk about TTRPG stuff, because I like TTRPG stuff. But Jack mentioned the Fate system, and I do not think the Fate system gets talked about enough. Jack went over it slightly, but I'm going to talk about it a little bit more in detail. So my familiarity with the Fate system is fairly limited, because I've only been able to play it a few times, but due to how my brain works, I can actually remember those times pretty significantly well. And from what I do remember, you create these like aspects to your character, these character traits, and they like define what your character can do. And they're supposed to be that kind of thing that is like both broad and specific, you know what I mean? Like to both describe the actual character themselves, but also both to describe the character themselves, but also like to express the abilities that they have as a as kind of whoever they are. And rather than having classes, the game kind of focuses on that sort of do different color for the two interacting, because that will help break it down. But like there's no classes in the same extent. You're supposed to build like a character based purely off their traits. There's supposed to be some like synergy off of them. There is statting, so you do kind of choose one of a few different. Oh god, I gotta foreshorten that leg if I want it to make sense. Fuck. Okay, you know what? I chose my positioning before I did the posing, and that is my fault. I love fight choreography. I've studied it my entire life. It was kind of what I wanted to focus on when I was doing art, so I focused on like what art was when I like what goes into a fight scene. It's super fucking fascinating. But they are also fucking incredibly difficult for good reason. Okay, there we go. This spine is going to be twisting, so the shoulders. Do you want it to be? Nah. If they're doing a kick like that, they're gonna be fully leaned over. Honestly, I'm trying to talk about Fate, and I could keep talking about Fate, honestly, but if I want to be real, I need to talk about fight scenes, because like that's kind of what I'm doing today, and fight scenes are so important in literally anything that people could do. There is not a piece of media that does not have an equivalent to a fight scene. You might be thinking, oh, you know, there's this favorite thing that you have that doesn't like particularly have a fight scene in it, but that doesn't mean that the like mentality behind a fight scene doesn't go in, like it isn't there behind several other scenes in it, and that is extremely important. And one of the biggest mentalities around a fight scene is dynamism and uh, dynamism and interaction. So what I'm focusing on here in this first one that I'm doing, God, fuck. There we go. What I'm focusing on in this first one I'm doing is the dynamism, or is the interaction part and the dynamism part. But the framing is not something I am focused on here. This is probably one of the most basic framings you can find. It's a simple side view of two characters. And it's fine. It works for what you need it to work for, which is to be... I need to bend that leg more. Yeah, there we go. Which is to exhibit something. Generally, a side shot is not a bad thing, but you use a side shot when you are specifically trying to actually visually show what is happening in the scene. When it is most prevalent and you're most focused on it when you are trying to clearly get across what is happening in a scene. I think Cowboy Bebop does a really good job of showing when to do both. This needs to go back a little bit, that's why, because it would actually go kind of this. There we go. Ooh. Sorry, I got silent because I'm trying really hard to focus on this specific part. Ooh, there we go, yeah. It is very difficult to show certain kinds of like body movement and body interaction. And when there is what in this, for example here, would be there is a kind of spinning movement. Because this part of the body is going... oh god. That way? Ah! Fucking did that wrong. Fuck. Keep doing it the opposite way of what it's supposed to. There we go. Because the top's supposed to be twisting like this, but the bottom is moving this way. Well, this is staying static and moving this way. And this requires, like, part of the reason this is so difficult is it requires a, like, really intense knowledge of both how a body interacts and how to depict that in just shapes. And I am good at some of those things. I know very well how a body moves. I've studied anatomy enough to be able to picture it in my head. And that is something I am very thankful for. I know a lot of artists who cannot draw from imagination and have been doing art for a very long time. And I might not be the best artist, but I have literally always drawn from imagination. I literally just picture it in my head, flip out on page. Whether or not it actually comes out the way I'm picturing it in my head, that is something I have to kind of continue to work on. And that's where we're at. I've been doing art for a very long time, but it would not necessarily look that way to some people based on where I'm at in my art process. But nonetheless, I still enjoy the shit out of it. Is it? I think it might just be easier to... Yeah, hold up. Oh, shit, yeah. Okay, yeah. Sending it out like that. That is the move. If I bring the other leg up. But anyways, because this specific frame would have both like interaction, like depth interaction, and character rotational movement, it's very likely you would want this to be side framed so it could be more easily visually processed, because that level of complication, if you're doing too much with the camera work, can be really hard to keep track of. I think a really good example of this is in the first fight scene, the first like good fight scene in Cowboy Bebop, where Spike versus the Red Eye guy. He does a very dynamic side view several times throughout the shot, in order to showcase because there's this one kick that Spike does where he like starts out facing viewer head on like this, and he full on like roundhouse kicks a motherfucker like that, and it's an unbelievable fucking scene. Like, it's so fucking cool, and it's kind of like heartbreaking to see people kind of talk about that not being, like, I don't know. I've seen people talk about the show not aging well, and I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Anyways, continuing with what I want going on here. I'm gonna keep this red versus blue classic. But I'm gonna keep the red versus blue going, as I'm gonna try to figure out what I want this to do. I want a different angle. So in this, I would say I would want, because the character is rotating in the scene, and I gotta pull up the blue again. I want to do a little bit more. Boom, boom. There we go. And this character is more static, so they don't really have a lot of movement in the scene, but they have a dynamic pose. Foreshortening's weird. It kind of makes the leg looks like it's cocking out like that, but that's just because of the angle we're kind of at. But because we have a character rotating, I would actually probably want to track a specific part of the body. And in this scene, because I have a like framing thing, a like movie framing thing going on right here, where I'm specifically working with a like angle like that, like I have this diagonal. The thing that is along the diagonal is blue, and the thing that is the point of impact and the most important point of the scene is right here. That's the foot. So I would probably want to track the foot where I'm working with the camera. So we're gonna work alongside that. So tracking the foot, we would probably swoop the camera lower while the kick follows through. Let's say we're going full anime with it. So the kick hits, we would probably zoom in on the foot So we're gonna go big balloon foot right here. Little trick, draw a triangle for a foot. And then draw the square out on the end if you want, but draw the triangle for the foot to start. So we're gonna big balloon the foot out like this. I'm actually gonna angle the foot. Oh, hello there. We're actually gonna angle the foot like this. Yeah, there we go. Because now we're seeing the back of it. And we would still have movement lines. I would actually, were I doing this in a comic, I would have the movement lines come over the frame like this to have a sense of like popping, like it's coming from outside the frame into the frame. I would have the equivalent of manga impact frames, which are these like you either do these like sort of dashy lines or these like bits of debris almost from where the impact is. And I'm going to have the character have blocked but still get knocked back. So we're gonna have red back here. We're gonna do the classic anime block where they have like the arms crossed. It's a very Yu Yu Hakusho. Yu Yu Hakusho does this block a lot. But the arms are gonna be crossed like this. And because I know that's what I'm going for in that frame, that is the thing I'm going to draw first. And the focus of the frame that we're gonna have. So that would be actually be a little bit different because they have the shoulders would still need to go back. So these would be angled more harshly and they would come back on the elbows to the figure behind. I'm gonna draw some more impact framing. Coming from the figure, having the two-toning to indicate depth. I'm still gonna give us our little debris here. We are looking at probably doing a little foreshortening here. They're getting knocked back, so I want the part that has been impacted to be further back than the part that is being impact, or that the part that is like that was the base here. So we can see in this frame that they had kind of a like balanced stance. The arms were kind of sort of crossed on each other. It would have been easy for them to bring them up in an X as the impact hit, because that is the implication in this. And I would then throw the hip box. Get it? Because it's the hip box, but I'm drawing the hips. I would draw the hip box, like angled this direction, and we're gonna foreshorten. I'm gonna have the legs like kicked out like this. Yeah, because they were like kind of spread, so the legs have been knocked up like that. And this is a hard frame to do right here. I think a lot of people would bring this down and cover the lower half with the foot because it makes it easier, but I personally want to be able to draw these motion lines coming like this from the figure to indicate the like level of movement that is happening, to indicate the level of speed here that is being like the level of force that is being inflicted upon the other person. So not like finish up the foot, but just add a little bit of more detail to the foot, just because I personally think it would make it more engaging. We have our ball here, this here. Honestly, I probably want a little bit harsher of an angle on these two. The more I bend this, the more it's going to indicate a level of dynamism that we didn't have before. I'm going to erase the blue line. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that line real quick in black. You know what? Fuck it. We're not prideful today. I can't always easily draw a oh, there it is. I can't always easily draw a straight line. There we go. No shame. Because I want the blue to be used specifically for the blue figure. Because I have added no level of sexuality or gender to either of these figures, characters that we're working with. We might add something when we're coming back, but when I do a fight scene, when I like actually do a fight scene, when I like give it my whole all to do a fight scene, I actually want to know the choreography of the fight scene before I do any real frame. I want to know the choreography so I can go back and change something, so I can add mirroring, so I can add bookending, so I can add the other kind of framing in film, because there are two kinds of framing. There's framing when it comes visually to the two of them, for the two figures here, and then there's framing when it comes to like the story. So I guess it's different. It's writing versus directing.
Enjoy the latest releases.
Hey.
Flashers out there
Hey.
hunting.
Hey. Y'all aren't getting YouTube ads for no reason. There we go. But so I guess the difference is like writing framing versus art framing. Art framing is the actual like framing of the scene, whereas writing framing is more in the sense of the actual story that is being told, because every fight tells a story. Even if every fight tells a story, even if the story being told is just this person beats this person, that's fine. That can just be the fight. Like, it's okay that if that's it to the fight, or if that's all there is to it, that's not it. That's not the important part. The important part is, what are you depicting with the fight? In that way, if you are showing one person beats the other person, how badly? On what terms were they beforehand? Is it two people that were friendly, that are now fighting each other? Is it like a mentor-student relationship? Is it like a is it rivals, or are we talking Naruto Sasuke here? Like, what are you wanting to show with your fight scene? What are you wanting to depict with your fight scene, with the who beats who? And you know, better yet, in my opinion, what story are you telling your fight scene, with your fight scene, that isn't just who beat who? Are you showing someone's like strength of character, resolve, physical capabilities? Are you showing a character's determination? Are we talking again? Naruto has its flaws, but Naruto does this aspect extremely well. I will point to early fight in Naruto. Most people should know Gaara versus Rock Lee. That fight is not about who beats who. That is not the story being told with that fight there. The story being told with that fight is, holy shit, Rock Lee can take a fucking beating, and holy shit, Gaara got hurt for the first time. That's the story being told. I might go back and fix that, but I want to kind of, you know what? No, I really like the hips. I really like the top part. There's something missing in the middle. We're gonna figure it out. And it's also meant to show, holy shit, Gaara got hit for the first time. What does that mean? He can be beaten. What is being told with that aspect to it? So looking at what we got going here, currently it looks like blue is kicking red's ass, but red blocked it relatively effectively. So it could indicate two people who are fighting on a relatively even playing field. What does that tell us about the characters? That kind of thing. I don't know. That's just, I don't want to go into a fight scene with just, okay, yeah, here are these two characters, now make them fight. That's not how I enjoy doing fight scenes. Those are not the fight scenes I enjoy watching. And what I have learned with art is do what you enjoy. Like, showcase, like, if what you like drawing is boobies, draw boobies. Like, just do it. Not to be the meme here, but like, draw if you want to draw. You don't have to, but if you like drawing and there are things you like to draw those things. Highly recommend it. I would probably, okay, so what I like doing, we followed rotational movement here. There are two things we could do with this. We could go for watch the follow-up on, we could watch the follow-up. Okay, it depends on what we're trying to tell, actually, I think is the best way to kind of go about that. Is if we're trying to, adding our little anime debris, gotta add some more over here. It's gotta be bigger because it's closer. Boom, boom, boom. Oh yeah, sorry, this is something I forgot. The anime debris comes over everything else, so doesn't actually go out too much in that direction in the blue. It just has a specific angle that it goes out in. Sorry, I gotta put some lines back in. So, because we're going for a very like angular thing, I'm going to put like an X marker where the impact frame was, so that X is going to dictate where the directions that I'm going for. Thank you, X. And that tells me that some of that impact dust comes over the foot in that direction and in this direction. I love the impact dust. Impact dust is super fun.
Your favorite movies and TV are on YouTube. Enjoy the latest releases.
Ah. Yeah, because it's coming from a circular. I'm gonna take these ahead like that. Boom, boom, boom. But yeah, no. Are we trying to show the finesse of the kick with the? And I will actually do this in two. I will do the 2-frame thing again over here. We're gonna have 2.5 and. You know what? We'll go like this. Because they would have a sequential order, in my opinion. You would want to do them in this way: 2.3, 2.6. We're gonna grab our little straight line. We're gonna grab our black. We're just gonna throw a split in here too. Cool. From here, there are two things you would kind of want to go here. You would kind of want to focus on one of the two things from the impact. Because red is getting like thrown back, you could follow red. Like the camera follows red with the like motion of the impact. So we go from kind of zoomed out, zooming in on where they're about to go impact. Or you show before that, you show the finish of the kick, which is probably going to be some sort of like fancy schmarmy series of motions. And it might be like 2 or 3 frames or 2 or 3 panels, depending on. I'd probably do 2 close panels together, so it'd probably be like 2.3. It'd probably be close. A bit closer to this, but I would kind of have them spaced this way: 2.3, 2.6, 2.9. 2.3 it would be finishing up the like spin of the kick here. So they would here we go. Let's get blue going a little bit. So finishing up the kick, angle the shoulders slightly differently. Because they started facing away from the camera and the foot's still kind of with the camera here, but it's implied there's more movement afterwards. I would want them, or like facing away from the camera, then, you know, still we can't see blue. I would want blue to face the camera in this frame. Pretty much. So I'm gonna throw our hips in. Our hip box, as we've been calling it. Because that will hip box. Because the focus here is the legs. That's going to determine more than anything else. That is going to determine our motion. So because the leg was the focus, the leg would be up. It's like, seems like a upward heavy kick. So the impact would probably buckle the leg slightly. There we go. Add a little dimension of that leg. So the hitbox probably going like this. The legs probably up like that. With this part of the leg going like this. And then, do we want to say this hooked like this? Nah, because it would still be like mid kick, you know. Oh yeah, that's it. Like the pirouette kind of pose. And I would probably even like exaggerate this a little bit. And then this leg would be doing the like touchdown, knee would be facing us, so that would be like this. Because I want the foot in the frame, because the feet are the, like, not in a sexual way. The feet are just the focus of this bit. I want the feet in the frame to an extent. So I'm gonna bring the leg up slightly. Ooh, with the foreshortenings here, it was a little hard. Nope. Go in this direction. Nope. Up. Alright. You know what? We're giving up. There we go. There we go. We did it. Oh, look at that. We managed to make it work. Oh, how nice. We managed to make it fit without foreshortening too much. Oh, that's cool. Alright. Draw the box. Draw the triangle. Draw a little bit. Alright. Still buckle the legs slightly. Yeah, and then you can have the foot, going like that against the frame. I like pushing frame borders, personally. I think it adds interest to the scene, and like adds, so I would have them like pushing the frame downward, like where I'm controlling the frames. I would probably have this bottom frame be angled slightly, as if them landing is pushing the frame down like that. So I would angle that frame kind of like this. I might honestly, because you still haven't had their face head on, that's not something we've been focused on, I might literally, and I'm just going straight for the chest here, I might literally still kind of not clearly have them in frame. I might still literally keep them slightly out of frame. Kind of go here. This arm would be out like this. I don't need to put detail to it, since I would actually probably keep it out of frame, but just for the sake of balancing, so I can know. So if that one's out there, okay, how's this? Need that. So this arm would need to be over center weight mass. So they would keep it close to the chest like this. .3, we're still here. Boxes. Been doing the box head rather than the circle head lately. I very much like the box head over the circle head, because you can kind of get a sense of where the head is like looking in any given scene. It's, yeah. I'm gonna trim them up slightly, not because I think you need to, just to keep sort of a consistency to it. And also just because I wanted to show body shapes. Oh, wow! Hello there. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Howdy.
I'm gonna keep you huge. You're more important than me.
No. I am not
Well,
more
too late. You can't change it. The size of the avatar is based on the skill of the artist right now.
No.
But hello, welcome. Thank you for joining. I was watching Jack's stream today. Love Jack's stream. Jack gave me a shout out, which got me a few follows. So I'm doing, because we were talking about fight scenes. I am doing some fight scene framing, because I don't actually draw a full like detailed fight scene in any way without knowing the framing for the scene. I love fight scenes. They are what I study. They're like what I wanted to do when I was like doing animation and art. I still have studied them quite a lot, in like how they function, what you need to do for them. I love them. I think they're very cool. I think they're a great, like, an absolutely incredible storytelling method. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. Okay, so after this, and okay, the motion is coming around like this. What are you up to?
Let's see. Right now, I am writing out stuff to fix some discrepancies in my system.
Oh yeah.
Trying to just get all of those thoughts down a little bit more clearly, and also see if there's any like things that are like, oh, I just put this in here because I saw it from another system and I thought it was neat, and actually looking at it and going like, would I actually use this in my system? Or
There were a few of those that I was like, oh, this seems like a holdover from wanting like to replicate another system.
Yeah.
I'm here if you want to run anything by us. You know, we're here for it. Like, that's stream. We're chilling. Just really quick, I'm going to bring up the arm like this because the layering there does nothing visually. If I can actually tuck the arm in a little bit more, and get better visual motion by adding that third dimension to where that hand and arm is. Which is significantly better than just holding it flat like that.
Yeah.
I want it to actually angle slightly differently, but nonetheless, the point is still made. There we go. But yeah, no, we're here to chat if you want to. That is what this stream is for. I actually started off the stream talking about Fate, if you've ever played a Fate system.
I have not, but I have looked at it.
Fate is super cool.
I do enjoy, and I watched a few YouTube videos about it. And I do enjoy the idea of having fewer stats, but at the same time, I found that fewer stats kind of also have a different problem that I was running into, where, like, it does create a lot of dynamic characters by having fewer stats and a bunch of skills.
I think it's one of the best systems for doing one-shots in.
Yeah.
I think it is absolutely unbeatable for running a one-shot, or if you have like a specific idea for a short story and there's no other system that tells it. I think it is like the much easier cousin of GURPS.
But like that's like one of the small little issues as well, is that for something like Fate, it does create a situation where it's just like people might get overwhelmed by choice when it comes to certain skills.
Yeah, no, I have actually found that as someone who has played not like quite a few, but a few Fate games, I've never had the chance to run one, but I have played in a few of them. There was someone who I used to run games with at a local game shop who was really into the Fate system, and he was he explained it well, but there were still times when I was playing with like certain people, that it was like they were either trying, like, there was the two problems where like someone was trying to break it, or someone just didn't know what they were doing, and was like very overwhelmed, which is why I feel like you're like apocalypse coded like me, having the like that good middle ground between the two.
Yeah. Like I do want that middle ground for the most part, because like Yeah, because like I do want a little tiny bit of crunch, just the tiniest
I
bit
like
of
me a
crunch.
little crunch. I want to be able to put numbers together. I want to be able to like mix some abilities together. I want it to do something cool. I want to be able to make a unique thing. By like for whatever system I'm in. I like being able to mix and match shit, and
Mm-hmm.
uh, Fate does not allow for that in the same capacity because
Yeah.
it's just you just make your thing however you want it. I do think Fate is really good for conceptualizing characters, and I think more people should look at characters the way Fate looks at characters.
Yes, like when it comes to like character building stuff, like
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it has a very unique take on like doing that kind of stuff, and I do agree with you for that for sure. Cause like yeah, like there's a lot you can do with Fate, but that's also the problem with Fate. Um, and it's like, how else do I put this? It at times it feels more superhero coded as opposed to just broad fantasy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and Fate isn't. And I think Jack pointed this out on his stream where he was like, Fate does not have a generic fantasy like option.
Yeah, exactly.
Fate doesn't
and that's
have,
kind of what I'm trying to do.
and yeah, and that is I think the biggest issue with Fate, in that you have a lot of people coming into the system wanting to do fantasy because that is kind of what the like core of TTRPGs are. They are some sort of fantasy. Even if you're not doing the fantasy genre, there's an aspect to character fantasy, power fantasy, story fantasy in there that is very rarely not part of it.
Yeah, exactly. And like that was like the two biggest takeaways that I had from it. Is just like just that tiny bit not broad enough. Is just like, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do with my system, and also what I'm trying to do now with trying to tweak the skills in my system. I'm trying to keep it reduced to like 12 to I don't know, let's see, 15 skills. I'm trying to keep it short, not like a whole bunch of them, not like 20 plus skills or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Of individual things, but I'm trying to keep them broad enough that it could fit in any genre. So it's like that's currently what
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out, alongside like refining the classes and like what each individual does, and if there needs to be like drastic changes. Because I've realized something very recently, and I started really thinking about it as well. If I was, because the name of it was going to relate to Secrets of Bashura in some way, but then I realized, wait, I actually have no idea what classes the individual Bashura would be, and I need to actually think about that.
Yeah, that's a really good way to, and that's actually how I've been working on my Hunter x Hunter system, or sorry, generic anime fantasy power system based off of Nen, because I don't want to just like, I want to be generic as I can with it, but like that is something I have very much tried to do with my system, in that I am extremely focused on being like, okay, if I wanted to make this character from this show, how would I go about doing it? And like that is something I challenge people when I'm making, or when I show them the system, is like, okay, give me an anime character that you would want to make a character that would be like, and see if you can make something or if we can make something similar to it based off of what I have here.
I almost feel like you should go with like a name that's like Zenki Nen or something like that. Just like naming like power systems, but it just gets abbreviated in like an acronym.
Oh yeah, all of the power Zenki Spirit Nen.
Yeah.
Zenspikinen.
Zenspikinen.
Or yeah. No, I am fully there with you. That's Rayatsu. We got to get spiritual pressure in there. All right, I got to get a whole list of the weird anime like energy powers going. Anyway, really quickly, just like talking to stream about what I am currently doing, is what I broke down here is between what would be 2 and 3, which is going to be the next interaction between the two. You would want to show the results of this impact. And some people would put, if you were wanting to show how like effortless it was for blue, or like the finesse for blue, you would do some sort of like follow-up frame, kind of like this, where you would finish the spin with some sort of like fancy maneuver. Some people might just skip to drawing the impact if you're wanting to focus on the like power of the hit, or if you're wanting to focus on the damage it does to the other. For example, if you were to go on blue like this, you would not necessarily assume the attack would have a like finishing effect or anything like that, because the focus of that scene, because you go to blue, is not the damage. The focus is the finesse of the shot. So it's whether or not we're going from here to here and we're actually showing blue off, or whether or not we're showing red off. And you would do some sort of impact crater for going for anime, which we have kind of decided we are. And
Anime
then
is probably the best example for showing impact frames to really pull across like comic book kind of stuff. Like, yeah, you can think very anime, but like also something to keep in mind, and you're probably going to go over this a little bit deeper while you're doing this, is some people who like watch a lot of anime but never have done or never have read as many comics kind of fall into this kind of trap where they try to draw every single anime point frame, and that is not the best thing to do unless you're doing specifically action scenes.
And a lot of people don't realize that, because, and even in action scenes, the point of anime is to add those extra frames in of the choreography, showing off that little extra bit. That's what makes anime so enticing. Versus manga, you have to get the vibes right. So if we're talking about visually one of my favorite mangas of all time, Berserk, the way they do frames for fight scenes in Berserk is extremely focused on, and that's like 90% of the series, is extremely focused on showing the like ferocity of the attack, those swings breaking out of the frames and everything like that. And you don't have to see all of every single like animation frame that you would normally show. You don't have to have that, because you're getting that level of visceral in those like the panels that you are showing, versus something like, I think that is an absolutely great point to make.
Yeah, because like it is a trap that like people fall into, and like it's hard to get out once you get into that trap, because you get used to drawing that many panels and then you burn yourself out and die young.
I think a really good example for people who are looking for, or a really good person to point to, or series to point to, if someone wants a really good example of how to do extremely exciting and very like noteworthy fights without necessarily making them without necessarily drawing too many frames, Kill 6 Billion Demons. Kill 6 Billion Demons has this thing going for it where Abaddon only releases like one page every once in a while, and it has the negative and benefit of Abaddon working on it for an extreme period of time, which means each frame is extremely detailed, or each each page, I should say, is extremely detailed, might have several frames on it, and would showcase different things. But those are they sacrifice on the amount of frames that they're showing for the level of detail that they're showing it in.
Yeah.
And I think that is a really good thing that more people need to think about when they're trying to do comics or manga.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now there are two ways I could go for this person lying on the ground. I could go for the head down here, which would show they just got their fucking shit rocked and just like fell out and are just like prostrated. The reason why this is a very, very popular pose when you get your ass kicked in an anime. And I would actually probably not have the arm, the leg crossing like that. I would probably have the leg go like this, and then this arm like this. So that would be like one of the options you could go for if you wanted to show them getting their just shit wrecked. And anime would show multiple, like several frames of this person flying through the air, the actual like impact frames of this happening, and then the person falling out to the floor. You don't do that in manga. Like you can, but like Ray said, you'll burn yourself out. What you want to do is show all of the story, and people can fill in the visual aspects of it with their mind, because their mind will do it better than you possibly can.
Yeah, because like I think One Punch Man does this in one of their
So
panels.
well.
Is like they show like a close up of the character and they show them going through a wall, but then they pan out to actually show the rest of the trajectory through all the office rooms. Like they don't show each individual office room like hit per hit per hit.
But in
like
the
they would in a
anime, they
movie.
do.
Yes, exactly. So in the manga, you know that he's going through offices. You can picture that in your mind. And it's cooler in your own mind than any artist would probably capture and actually get the same punch and feel without boring the reader.
Mm-hmm. And the mangaka for the One Punch manga, not the original writer. The original writer's manga is peak, and you should definitely read it if you have not. Because that is absolutely a case of your quality doesn't fucking matter if you're telling a good story. It doesn't matter at all. If you got something to tell and you think it's fun and you'll have fun doing it, do it. Just have fun. Don't care. The like skill will come later. So like go read that. But the mangaka for like the One Punch Man manga, incredible. Still isn't going to be the person you want for showing all those individual things. And anime is great, especially for people with aphantasia whose brains don't fill in those blanks. I'm going to cut out a little bit here of the impact because y'all get the point. You could also, this is like an optional, or not an optional, this is the alternate, is the other thing you could do is having this person walk out of it and just kind of I would do this a dead-on shot, nothing fancy. I wouldn't do any fun angles on it or anything. I would just have them straightforward walking out of the rubble, dusting themselves off as if it were just like a Tuesday for them. And this is an example of how in a fight scene, a flat shot tells a story, because you're doing it intentionally. You're showing them walking out of that rubble like that, like it's nothing, and that is telling a story. And that is cool in some capacity. Both of these options are cool, depending on what you're wanting to show. There are no wrongs when it comes to fight scenes. This is much more right.
Yeah, exactly.
So I could talk about this shit.
It's all
for
about
days.
vibes.
It is all about vibes. I might do a 3/4 shot like that. To be fair, I'm messing with the drawing a little bit. I might do a 3/4 shot like that, because 3/4 shots are very often like casual, or associated with like cool, or it's why I do all my characters in 3/4 shots. I love 3/4 shots. But it's very often depicting casual or cool characters. So I might do a 3/4 shot on something like that. It's very hard for me not to draw 3/4 shots. But yeah, sorry, I just wanted to.
Oh, it's all good. It's your stream.
No, yeah. Do we want to continue with red and blue? Do we want to continue with this fight scene, or do we want to start a different interaction? Because this is what would be considered a like an interaction. This is a scene. This is a kick followed through. So I could go for either. What do you think, Ray?
Let's see.
This is what we got so far.
So
Here, I can stream for you, so you don't have to wait for the delay.
watch. Okay, so we got a sweeping kick.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got an impact frame.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if we want to continue going with this, or if we want to move to a different interaction.
I think going with something that is referred to as a response, like, is the our
Oh yeah, action reaction. Yep.
yeah.
Action.
'Cause,
Yeah.
like-
Because that is important for most interaction scenes. Is you want action reaction.
A follow through.
Mm-hmm. I'll probably.
Because it can happen in two different ways.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll probably then do 2 different follow throughs, and we'll see how long they last. But we'll start over here with 3A, and see where 3B comes in. All
We're
right.
gonna do he's being stayed down, or is he getting up? Kind of vibes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I guess, yeah, there's several different, we could go, there's, like, a few different ways we could go for either of these two. I'll just do that for, I'm gonna start with them down, because that's the one in the main frame. Some people would fall into the trap of, okay, this is the frame, this is the position they're in this frame, I'll put them in that position in this frame. That is a trap. That is, you are not moving the scene between those two things, even if you want him to stay down and getting his ass kicked. I'll show you what you want to do if in that case. And it is a collapse. It is a further collapse. It is a, because it tells more of a story than just the person sitting down. So I would probably have them kind of fall forward, and like straight up, kind of lay flat. I wouldn't probably do it side on like that. I would probably, and this would be a very difficult shot. Which is why, part of the reason why I'm only going for this kind of thing, in really basic sketch format, is I would probably want the person, there we go. There we go. I love hands. I find hands super fun to draw. I'll draw hands for days. Like straight up. I think they are super fun to draw. As you can see, I bust them out in like 10 seconds. I really do not mind hands ever. But I would probably want to have them like reaching out. And the reason why I'm doing this in a little bit more detail is because you would want this in more detail. I would want them, I'm probably gonna cut that off even further to give it more of a reach back sort of motion. Ooh, because the angle we're going for it would probably be more like this, and then you would see it come around like that. Yeah, there we go. The head would be facing like this. There we go. The head adds all the context needed for that. Add the other shoulder in. I'd have the other arm kind of come up like this. And this is like them struggling. This is them not really recovering well from that hit. This is them getting their ass kicked. So it would probably be a looking down position with a lot of foreshortening. This is a hard fucking shot to draw. I'm not doing it perfectly. This is not an easy shot. I would not recommend this for a lot of people, including myself. But it's a fun shot to draw. I'll say that. It is a fun shot to draw.
Yeah, this would probably be one of those types of shots that you would spend more time on, just a tiny bit more.
Yeah, it would be more detail. It would be, yeah. And I'm doing like, this is not how you want the legs to be. Those legs are busted outwards. Actually, I'll real quick do better legs, because you would want one facing inward like this. And
but you're also with something like this, you would be re-establishing the new scene, basically.
Yeah.
That's why you want it to be slightly detailed, so the audience understands that we are now inside a building. This is a new scene.
Mm-hmm.
You get to see the detail of the new scene.
And if I'm wanting to like showcase the building, I would probably throw one extra little frame in here and literally probably do it very similar to this, of a like building shot like this.
Yeah.
Throw some windows in here. And then just a fucking hole. And I would probably, as usual, you have like the dust cloud coming out from it.
Yeah, like way in the background or something, if it's like very far away.
Yeah, and I would probably have it small like that to show the distance covered. Maybe some like skate lines of it getting like, of them skating along the ground.
Yeah, because you wouldn't show the frame, because you already have the frame of them being hit by it. You don't need to show like the whole entire detail. You wanted to see the aftermath immediate.
Exactly. And so I'd probably do it like that, where there's the skid marks, brown skid marks, into the hole in the building, which then tells all the story you need to know about where this bit is.
Yeah, where that next scene is.
Not liking where that is. I think that's a little bit too that. So what I was doing right there is fisheye lensing, which is where you take an angle and you like, in this case, I was doing from a top left angle or a top right angle, and you like balloon the scene out like that from it. It adds a level of like disorientation and uncanny valley to scenes, but it can not read correctly sometimes, and is something you have to be careful about doing. So I'm just going to throw them kind of out like this. Oh, there was just a doodaloot sound? I wonder what... I hope that wasn't anything. Okay, I think we're okay. I think everything's okay. Yeah, so I'm just going to keep the legs simple for now. Oh, I think my sound might have died. 1 second.
Okay.
My headset, their battery is not doing great, and I think I need to recover it. Nope. So 1 second. Dear gods. Wouldn't be a stream without technical issues.
Can't be a real streamer without it, really. Every streamer that I've at least has one scuff moment. Doesn't feel like a real stream.
Exactly. Okay. Unplug that. Plug that back in. Turning the headset back on. Hopefully, y'all won't echo in chat anymore. There we go. Working.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Grabbing my tablet again. I'm that bitch who does not have the on-screen tablet. I use the drawing tablet. The like ones where you stare at the screen and just draw downwards. And sometimes it bugs a little bit. I still like it for the texture. It was also significantly cheaper to get a nice one than to get a nice screen tablet. So I was like, fuck it. It's more economical. I'll just learn it. It's a new medium anyways.
Oh yeah, like I started out with that version of a tablet growing up. So I know.
There we go. Yeah, I was not able to get a lot of art equipment until much later in life because it was not something my family like really supported, you know?
It was just expensive.
Yerp.
Very expensive.
Mm-hmm. So I love adding contextual ground. This is just a personal preference. It's something I do in scenes where that are kind of empty is just like add a little bit of texture around the person to indicate where they are. So the lines usually indicate like solid ground versus if they were on wet ground, you would have it like rippling like that. Just to get or rippling like that.
Yeah.
One of the two. This would be the waves would be if they were like in, and you would probably do like a splashing thing on them. That'd be if they were in rushing water. The ripples is in dead water. I've been giving them a kind of face plating thing, so I'm gonna keep doing that. But yeah, that is them getting their fucking ass kicked, establishing a whole new scene alongside that. Then there's 3B, which is them getting knocked down, but they get up, again. They're never gonna stay knocked down. They get knocked down, and they get up again. They're never gonna stay knocked down. And this is where I would, and if you can probably tell, I'm doing a lot of shape language, in regards to bodies. I personally think, this is why I gravitate towards more graphic styling, and graphic novels just in general, even outside of, my own art, is I prefer exaggerated, and like I prefer drawing. I find it easier to draw. I find it more fun to draw. I prefer slightly exaggerated like body types and body shapes and like shape language. So I'm using very exaggerated shape language here. And especially in a fight scene, you want to be doing that because it's going to tell more. It's going to be more visually interesting a lot of the time. You don't have to worry quite as much in a fight scene about staying on model because the focus isn't on that. The focus is about the energy, the momentum, the feel of the scene. This is where I would probably go again for kind of like I'd do a flat side shot, but I would have it off kilter slightly. I would probably move the manga panel again, kind of like I did up here. I would do some mirroring, where I would move the manga panel kind of like this, as if they're like going up a hill kind of situation. Um, the hill that was created by Blue back in this scene, the tilt in power between the two, the discrepancy. This is scene by scene storytelling. This is the kind of thing that people don't notice when they're watching it the first time. This is the kind of thing that if you're making a good piece of media, this is the kind of thing that someone would analyze after. But you put it into your work no matter what. Like you should try to. Because you want to be telling the most interesting story you can. And again, I said this at the beginning of the stream. Ray wasn't here for it, so I'm gonna repeat it. But I think all fights tell a story. It's okay if the story is literally just this person kicks this other person's ass. That's fine. That's a good story. That's fun to watch. That's like all of Fist of the North Star. That's like literally it. That One Piece has a lot of things like that. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, there are quite a lot of times where you want your fight to tell something different. And I think the example I used earlier was Rock Lee versus Gaara.
Yeah.
Where the point of that fight is not Gaara beats Rock Lee. That is not the point of that fight. No one remembers that. Like, some people might remember, but when people think of that fight, people don't think about like Rock Lee losing immediately. They think about the scene where Rock Lee took off the fucking weights and went to kick, and Gaara got hit for the first time. And that's what that scene is about.
Yeah. As well as showing, like, hey, you don't have to have, like, the other forms to be a strong opponent.
Mm-hmm. You can be intimidating with what you got as long as you commit 100% to it.
Yeah.
Everyone took Rock Lee seriously after that.
Yeah, exactly.
This is actually, I quite like this posing. Also, one of the reasons it's okay to do very basic visual posing like this, you would have the arm coming in on intruding on the leg because the arm is putting weight on the leg. But the other reason it's okay to do a simple frame like this, it's because the kneeling standing up position, is one of the most interesting human body positions that there is. And anytime that there is really good just human body positioning, you want to showcase it as clearly as possible, which is why I did it in the first frame. Is a kick like this, you want to put it at a side, maybe 3/4 angle that I put here, because you want it to be as visually obvious as possible.
Yes.
Yes. Again, I could talk about fight scenes forever. I just think so much of storytelling is done through fight scenes, and I think so much of media outside of just like combat media is told with fight scene mentality, even if it isn't using traditional fight scene like stylings. All right. So that would be them standing up. I would probably I still want to come back and do them just walking it off, but I am actually going to showcase another option here that I think some media does, not enough media does. And that is I would do 3C, and it would have a little, I would probably, so this is what's called a reestablishing shot, where I would have a little extra frame in here where you showcase uh the building again, and it would be small, kind of like the first one, and I would have it be nearly the exact same frame, except for there would be no dust cloud anymore, and it would be maybe zoomed in slightly more. Uh, and then I would do another follow up on 3C, another like little frame where I would show the fucking front end of the building exploding outward as Red comes like rushing back.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is like the three major responses, right? Like it's ass kicked, shaking it off, violent response. And I do not think that this option is done enough because this is I think this option right here, the option I'm showcasing right here, is the reason why, in my opinion, Jujutsu Kaisen is so popular. Because this is quite often how the fight scenes are handled in that show. And I think people fucking love that shit.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a bad thing.
It's like, yeah, it's fine to see your guy's ass kick every now and then because like it shows the power level of the person that he's fighting. But it's just like sometimes you want to see your guys go toe to toe, not get curb stomped.
Exactly. Sometimes you want to see them actually fucking give a beat down. I think some of my favorite fights in anime and manga are actually when the main character has like what I like to call a berserker moment off of Berserk, famously in the berserker armor, when he goes so feral and violent that he is at risk of hurting the people around him. uh and I think that is, in my opinion, one of the coolest bits in the whole show because yeah, the fucking main character just beat the villain. Wow, it was so fucking badass and cool. Oh shit, there are consequences. Um, my favorite depiction is not from Berserk. It's actually from Yu Yu Hakusho. And it's the
Oh, okay.
scene where he first gets fucking possessed by Ryzen. Spoilers if you haven't seen Yu Yu. Uh, but it's the scene where he
Why haven't you? It's easy to access.
it's the it's so good. Um, but the scene where he first gets possessed by Ryzen, uh, and just kicks the shit out of Sensui, just like beats him bloody. Uh, 3C1, 3C2. You would want to follow up to these two scenes with and this is like you could go for, because we're doing red versus blue, I'm going to do them different styles, especially because we've already shown this person blocking with fists. So I'm going to have them use fist, but generally when you're doing this level of different visual storytelling between the two figures, you want them to have different power sets. If they're doing similar move sets, you want to have visual storytelling between the two. But this, I would be this exploding, and then I would probably do oh god, it would be another hard shot, but it would be so fucking worth it. It would be three-quarter pose. This would be another major interaction shot. Not And then I'm going to draw it like this, the front of them like that. No, it would have to be slightly different. Yeah, more like that. Okay, I'm gonna reset that. This is another difficult shot, but I think again, like I said, it would be extremely worth it. I'm gonna draw or give the head shape as normal. So it would be kind of, there we go. So you would have Blue's head in the frame kind of like very clearly. Uh and I would have the fucking head, I would draw some exaggerated fucking language on this. And then I want to cock the head slightly. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. There we go. As the fucking fist comes impacting with the face. Like this would be the One Punch Man shot of like the fist is coming out towards the fucking camera. I would have it break through frame. Like this. And the level of foreshortening needed would be kind of crazy because you would want it coming upward. Here, we'll get some more visual language for the fingers so it's more obvious what's what. So you'd want it coming upwards. So you would want, oh god, it would be like that much for like almost the entirety of the arm. Yeah, it would be. Holy shit, yeah.
One Punch Man.
Yeah, extremely One Punch Man. This is one of the most One Punch Man things I've ever drawn, but it would
It would probably cover 2 pages at
mm-hmm.
least.
Mm-hmm.
If it was it would cover a spread, excuse me.
Yeah, it would probably be a full spread shot. And I'm again only doing the like most basic version of it here.
Oh yeah.
But getting the idea of it down. This is a surprising amount of fun. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, fight scenes are really fun. I find them very enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess you would already know that.
Yep. I mean, there's a reason I like the media I like.
Yeah.
Y'all should check out Tales of Futura.
Yeah.
I would want to have the so the head is turning like this. So honestly, it's probably face is probably facing this direction. The like neck angle I already put on it already works really well for that. So we're gonna just heel turn.
Because like depending on which establishing of this next scene, pretty much this would be like the next series of scenes,
Mm-hmm.
is establishing like if the character is like if the next scene is going to just be them going like very Dragon Ball Z, so you can even pull out and not have to draw every frame of them just like exchanging punches that are in the same like.
Oh yeah, hold up. You could go for the the bleach and just have a blank empty field and just have some like circular impact bits.
Yeah.
Ooh, look how cool that is.
So cool. Yo.
And then you would maybe draw like a connecting line between the two of them, three of them, and then you would have a very simple draw. A very simple drawing of the two of them right here, and it's like meant to, and that would be it. As they just like you're showing them clashing so fast, faster than the eye can see, and then you would have them show back up as a pair at the end, probably like exchanging blows. I'd probably do like
I would probably do a little bit of One Punch Man again, just
mm-hmm.
for that last little bit of like that's detailed enough being closer.
Yeah.
Very like
if I was going quality with this, if I was going quality with this style, like if I was like actually leaning into making a good story but still doing the faster than the eye can track, then yeah, absolutely. I would have the it coming from off frame, circular impact, impactor on the second one. What I would actually probably do is I'd probably do different kinds of impact frames for the different clashes to make it slightly more interesting. So short, small ones over there, long, wide ones, crackling ones here. And then comes up to the I would probably I'd lean into the kind of One Punch Man styling, but I would probably go for a One Piece reference, because One Piece, where I would have, where I would have, how did that happen? There we go. There we go. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Where I would probably have the foot up like this, block like the leg blocking a punch from Red or something like that. And just have a lot of motion in that shot. Like it would probably, it would be like detailed, but it would also be like very extreme in its probably having cocking back another fist actually. Probably very extreme in the, ooh yeah, I always love a good running leg. Something like that. Getting
Yeah.
getting back to doing just a little bit more on this one because it would be a very important shot. So contrary to popular belief, you wouldn't want to go as many. If you were just going for a regular punch, you would go for impact frames like this, where the punch hit. But because of the level of force behind this punch, you want it to be load up frames to indicate motion, and your impact frames would be like this. They would be like coming out much larger from the spot to indicate, and they would all point towards where the punch was to indicate where the like force was. I would probably go so far as to detail a handprint. To indicate how fast this is happening. Like it's happening so fast this the fist print is still in the face.
Yeah.
Fix this a little bit more. Ah, wrong color. I love a good looking down during a punch, by the way. This is just a personal thing. The like, I'm so yeah, because of how small the foreshortening is in here, I would definitely want a 2-page spread for this, so I could like spread this arm and body out a little bit more and get a little bit more expressive in there. But this is also what is known as a uh, curl shot, where you curl the body in on itself and you get all of the motion of the body in one image. And they are super fucking dynamic. Also very hard to draw. Again, I can get the shape language down. If I were to sit down and actually draw this, I would have a much harder time.
Oh yeah. Shape language.
Shape language is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I love storyboarding. Because this is essentially what this is. For anyone who is, this is literally what this is. This is storyboarding a fight scene. And I love storyboarding fight scenes. I've been doing it since I was literally a kid without ever knowing it. I'm gonna really quickly step away and go to the restroom. And I will leave you all here with your good old pal, your good old friend Ray. One second, I'm gonna swap to the.
Is this when I say my stream now?
Yes, this is when you start your stream. I'll be right back. Hello. Hi, I'll be right back. Discord before I unmuted on stream. Hello, I return. Oh, it's kind of the opposite for me because right now, currently, I'm going back to my roots rather than what I normally try to draw. No, that's. Oh yeah, I sorry, brain. I guess when no, yeah, we're in the same vibe. Yeah, no, we're shaking hands here. Oh damn, that piece was good. I don't mean this in a bad way. Like I mean this very genuinely complimentary. I had a fucking double take with that piece when you said it was your. I was like, holy shit, Saris. Yeah, I thought that piece was incredible. Yeah. That's actually what happened with me with digital art is I practiced like what I would call traditional digital art, you know what I mean? Like there's that like kind of digital art styling. Uh oh, fucking everything working still? I can still hear. I just heard my computer did the doodle of something disconnecting again, but I have no idea what disconnected. No idea what disconnected. Hold on. I have an idea what disconnected. Nope, that's not what disconnected. I have no idea what disconnected. That is terrifying. The fuck? But no, I can still hear y'all. Everything's still working. Stream still seems to be up. Do not know what that was. The world may never know. What the hell? I don't know. Everything's still working. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I just did stick figure drawings when I was a kid. Like literally when I was a kid, what I enjoyed doing was stick figure fight scenes. So before anything else, when I was like starting out, stick figure fight scenes were like my thing. So the when I came to like figure shape drawing at the first art class I actually took, my teacher went, "Wow, you haven't taken an art class before?" And I went, "No." And it is literally just because I did stick figure drawings when I was a kid. Like that's literally the only reason. I've only ever taken a couple art classes. One when I was younger, and then one in college. The one when I was younger was the required middle school one, and it was actually just mostly clay work. I don't know why, but that's what the teacher liked doing. Uh, so I'm mostly self-taught. So, if I can do something this poorly, I'm sure you can do something better. Mm-hmm. A little depth to a scene. Right now, I sometimes I like going over and just messing around with simple drawings that I have or already done, just because it's kind of fun and kind of nice to touch it. What? Oh, it them? Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Uh, I think. Oh my god, my computer just did the fucking sound again. What? Curse you. What? What could. What is it? Tell me! Re- reveal to me your secrets. I think you should go for more of a like. Um. Okay, so I do not like. I know you. We're friends. I do not mean this in the way that some people might take this, but in an alluring way. Do you understand what I kind of mean by that? That's kind of what the vibe I feel would be good. Because allure is not always a sexual thing. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna go with some. I was gonna say, if you're going, portrait tends to focus the character more, whereas, uh, oh, I am still on starting soon. Thank you. Hey, no one noticed, apparently.
Well, a lot of that, the reason for my question, a lot of it had to do with like, and I think you understand this. Like, you can create a very center focused like portrait in a landscape setting, but it will give a very different vibe, right? A very different
Y-
attitude.
yeah,
Um,
yep.
so a lot of this was a question of like, what's the vibe, I guess. Um, but we've identified the vibe. We've
Yeah,
identified the
and I
vibe.
think, and in that case, I absolutely think you are dead on, by going for a portrait style, because portrait focuses the character more, and that is what you're going for with that vibe, versus if you're trying to
But
focus the uh this is just me practicing drawing hands, but it's also kind of like, cheating, because I like drawing hands. So it's an excuse for me to draw hands. I like drawing hands. I have been called a sicko by artist friends for saying that.
They're just jealous that they haven't actually put in the work to practice it.
I just sat
Me,
down
as
and
someone who
I,
also draws a lot of hands, and just be like, hands, yay! And then
yay!
refuses to draw any type of feet, and just
Yeah,
puts hands
yeah!
and shoes.
Sue relatable. I've been working on breaking down, so I'm trying to work right now on what doing with feet what I did with hands, which, like, hands break down into a few basic shapes for anyone who's watching this right now and struggles with hands. You start off with a rectangle. You have some slightly curved inward. Uh, finish off to make a box. Uh, you make a triangle off the side, and there's your thumb. Just two triangles. And that can be adjusted, like, that's not a perfect one. I know to already kind of go like this, or like this, depending on what orientation you want. Uh, but I think a lot of people should start with just the round, uh, because that's the same shape you want for over here. It's the glove method. You draw the hand as a glove first, and then you break it down from there. I already like putting movement on this finger to start out, but that's technically cheating for the glove method. Um, that was kind of a shitty hand, but I like drawing hands, and I would have fixed it up as I finished it. For feet, oh god, it took me forever to figure it out, but it is some sort of fucking triangle situation attached to a ball, is what I've been able to figure out. And then I've been trying to do almost the same thing as I did with hands, where I kind of do a rounded rectangle and then a like straightened rounded rectangle. And I think we're starting to get somewhere with feet. You see what I mean? Like, we're
Yeah,
starting to get somewhere with it. I can more accurately represent a foot now, but I still fucking
it's really,
struggle with it. I still hate it.
it's really funny because like I look at my characters and I've realized this like maybe like 1 or 2 years ago that I was doing
Mhm.
it. Um,
Mhm.
is like, okay, I want to draw characters, yay! And then like I always like kind of struggle with drawing shoes, and I do use 3D models for like a lot of like my objects because they all stay the same, unlike like the human body, which is very squishy and rigid at the
Mhm.
same time.
No, I think that makes
Um,
perfect sense.
but a lot of my own personal characters, I realized either have like very specific types of shoes, or they don't they all have animal feet. Like it's either one or the
Hmm.
other.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, or hands for feet. And I refuse to draw actual feet sometimes.
I was watching Art Jack stream this morning. I love watching Art Jack. Art Jack actually is the person who was uh gave me the shout out that got me my affiliate number follow.
Hell yeah.
But they were actually talking about how someone was like, "No, it's actually digigrade feet. Sorry," and Jack went, "No, don't apologize. That's way easier."
Yeah.
I was like, I felt that. I felt that deep. But now you know my hand method, which, by the way, I like this hand. This is a pretty good hand. But now that you know my hand method, you can literally see it in every single one of these drawings is the start to the glove method. And it's just how I draw hands now. It's significantly easier.
To mimic your hand method for feet, you could try to do a boxcar.
That's kind of what I was working with a little bit, like you know, see what I mean? Like it's kind of what I'm working with, but
Just move like the make a shorter hood, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you mean.
And then when you add the wheels, that's actually the buns.
Yep. 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 Okay. Okay, I'm seeing what you mean. I'm smelling what you're stepping in. Okay, is that why guys have car fetishes?
I don't know.
Okay, because like there's that whole thing with like men and finding cars sexy, and as someone who personally finds robots attractive, I don't get the car thing.
I have no idea. It's just like, that's something that I also can't click with. It's just like
It's one of those things where I'm just like, I've never understood Saris more.
It's just like, it's someone who absolutely loves Soundwave from the original G1 Transformers, like, deeply.
Mm-hmm.
I have no fucking idea why guys love cars as much as they do.
Tell me why I'm drawing a boxcar for no reason. I like realized halfway through drawing this, I was like, wait a second. Right now I'm just drawing a boxcar.
Because you're trying to understand how it looks more and more like a foot, but then you like, wait, if I just elongate the car just a little bit, I see it.
I almost see it. All right, now we're gonna turn this car into a foot.
We are cooking, y'all.
Wait, holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! That's
a car!
This car is a foot! Wait a second! Hold the fuck!
I'm the type of person that reads so many different tips and tricks on how to draw all kinds of different
That's
things.
so funny!
This style would work best.
That's so funny! Oh my god. Oh my god. I will never struggle with feet again. Holy shit!
Yeah.
We brought... Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him.
Well,
you know how to do it now.
Because I don't get it. I'm joking.
Here, I will transfer it.
Every style works different for different people. So
no,
like,
seriously.
No. It was like I said, it was a joke.
I mean, we're also all non-binary here. We're literally all non-binary here. So, ladies and gentlemen.
Hell yeah.
We got him.
We got him.
Fucking horn, but we are cooking, y'all.
We're cooking. We are cooking.
Oh,
that's so funny. That's so good. I might do some feet practice.
Hell yeah. Found the method. Do some like side kicks that are like closer to the camera and stuff. Like practice that way too. Like you were still doing action poses. It's just like now you just focus on the feet. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I'll add, I'll add the we'll still keep it on theme. I'll add that there. I'll throw in some movement lines to kind of indicate that it's like sliding. I'll throw in the ankle to. By the way, for ankles and calves, ankles are a slightly like angled outward tube. Calves are another triangle.
Yeah.
Yes.
All the bodies are so many triangles.
Gasp.
You gasp. We'll throw this in here. You know what? Okay, we're swapping to blue, but we're gonna just draw over the red because I don't feel like
Oh,
erasing
I'm
it.
so excited. I gotta think. Hold on.
Okay.
We gotta do some historical thinking, historical work. Trying to think. Given it's fantasy, yes, but given era, the garment, the clothing.
Can I just talk about the dumbest thing I'm drawing right now? I'm drawing a I'm drawing a boxcar with its ass in the air.
Yeah, you draw it
know what that looks
crunched.
like? You know what that looks like? Have you seen the accident picture? Have you seen the accident picture of the semi that is literally at that angle and it's taking out one of the highway signs?
Yep. That's what I'm
That's what
drawing.
you're drawing.
Yep.
Your art imitates life. Life imitates art.
Yo, this is so fucking funny to me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Garment is much more important. I'm drawing a fucking car with its ass in the air. And it's working.
Yay!
What the fuck? What the fuck? It's the dumbest thing I've ever done. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, Garment. We'll focus on Garment now.
Go for it.
Okay, Era. What Era is loose loose late Middle Ages?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'm thinking.
I don't know why my brain just is screaming at me balaclava.
It is want to do that.
I mean, sometimes I can't tell if it's screaming at me balaclava or just because I'm Greek baklava.
You know what? I think I have an idea. We're allowed to go a little fantastical with this.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
We are. I am pleased to inform you we may or may not be cooking.
My character's design was like 80% based off of Karapika from Hunter x Hunter, like
Oh, beautiful.
who my boyfriend is absolutely convinced Karapika is a trans man.
Hell yeah. I could see it.
Like cannot be persuaded otherwise. And you know what? I respect that.
So, you want to hear some funny hee hee. Kurapika predominantly is referred to in the gender neutral. You're welcome.
Hell yeah. I mean, that to me, it sits in the same place fact-wise as Ivankov from One Piece uses Japanese neopronouns, even though they don't exist.
Except, no, hold up, stop. Did you hear about the translator that made up a new pronoun?
I did actually hear about that.
What?
Yeah.
So there's a bot, right? I think it's called MetalBot. And this Japanese translator had to invent a brand new first person pronoun. For the homies who don't know, gender pronouns exist in the first person, not in the third in Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing about Metalbot is that it uses its in English.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't really, that as a connotated thing doesn't really exist in the Japanese language.
Yeah, if
So
you're
you
referring
can't
to yourself,
hear-
you're referring to yourself in a gendered way, which is partially why Ivankov, because it's he uses or V uses watashi, watashi wa, and just throws in a V sound for no reason. And that's the equivalent of a neopronoun that he figured, or that V figured out, because I try to use V them for them in English because they just throw in the V into it. But anyways, you were saying.
I was just saying, so like, I need to refine it so that I could tell you what what like what it is like translated back essentially, or like how to pronounce it. Because I saw the kanji and went, oh, that's neat, but didn't. I was busy. I was working. But they invented what is essentially Japan's its first person pronoun, specifically for bot usage to refer to bots.
Well, the fucking Robo Girlies are celebrating today.
Hell yeah.
I'm fucking hell yeah. If I ever need to refer to myself to my Japanese aunt again, I'm using those pronouns.
That is so fucking fantastic.
I'm it it's flying through the air now. Whee!
We're lining. The sketch is done. We're lining. That was really fast, actually.
You were getting in the zone.
I've also
AutoZone!
Oh, God.
Get it because the boxcar?
Yeah, yeah.
Look, I'm just drawing a boxcar flying through the air. Whee!
I'm gonna line this. I may not keep the line art. We shall see. I may, depending on how this looks when I'm done, I may scrap the line art.
Hell yeah. Hey, sometimes I know Connor doesn't really use line art, and his work is actually better for it in the sense that like it makes more sense for some
Yeah.
people. There's that one like photorealism artist who has aphantasia. Her work is incredible. And is like actually fucking photos done via painting, but has aphantasia, can't fucking picture it, and does not use line arting because it doesn't make sense in their head. Lines don't exist, so they just look at a picture and copy the color patterns on the picture, and that's how they draw, and that's so fucking cool. I can't do that.
It all depends for me. So like, and the reason I'm contemplating it is because I actually did, believe it or not, Juji has line art. It's very faint. And it's only used as like an outline. But Juji does actually have line art. But you kind of have to zoom in like super close to see it. So I'm kind of in that position of, we're gonna try it. We're gonna see what it looks like. I also may not keep it, and that's perfectly fine.
I've been doing lightly colored line art lately for my first few drafts, and that's been really helping me a lot, I feel. I did that for my most recent piece for my Adepta Sororitas, and I really like how that turned out.
Colored line art has not been super successful for me in the past.
Hey, that's super fair. To each their own. I've been trying it out, and I've been really liking it.
We got a lurker.
Got a lurker? Is that King Crispers? What's up, bud? Yeah, alright. You know, I was going initially the other direction, but I like a fucking axe kick.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I hope you're finding some paths, my friend. Uh, I have been enjoying running Pathfinder. My game yesterday was canceled, but not due to like a problem on anyone's end, just people were tired, didn't have the energy for it yesterday. And so I decided to, or like could have done it, I decided to call it so we could rest. But I hope y'all have a good time. Yeah, I my party's about to fight 3 cats, so wish them luck. I was looking at like the cat stats. Cat stats are actually kind of nasty.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I know how detailed feet are without looking up a reference. Just don't worry about it. And then,
I had to take like anatomy classes and stuff like that, so it's just like it's burned into my brain. I still don't like drawing feet.
mm-hmm.
I know how, I just don't like it, and it takes it twice as long because I don't like it.
Oh boy, a bot. Is one of you modded? I feel like one of you is modded. Between the
It may
three
be
of you, I'm
modded.
pretty sure someone is modded.
Let's see. Nope.
Nope.
I can report them.
No, why don't you type a message in chat? I'll mod you. Rar. Rar. XD nuzzles pounces on you. Ooh, you're so warm. Couldn't help but notice your bulge from across the floor.
God, flashbacks.
I know the entire thing.
Oh, I should at this point. Like I've listened to it so much in the past.
I just noticed the fact that I haven't changed my Fugatech from the off stream. Whoops. It's fine.
Whoopsies.
Points it off.
I mean, I don't even know what that means. Smiles.
It's fine.
Points
I
off.
I literally don't even know what that means. Smiles.
Is game is game.
Oh,
It's a game.
okay. Fuji
Hmm?
Fujitech is the name of my uh audio balancer. So I was like, huh?
Ah.
Oh, I was referring to the thing that allows for the icons.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what that's.
Oh, I see. I just looked at stream now. I see. I see
And
what
I
you're
just was
saying.
like, oh, hey, I didn't switch it over from the off stream. Lol, that's fine.
How goes the work on the TTRPG, right?
Uh, thoughts are getting collected. I feel like I need to figure out a few things I'm realizing about how spread out I want some of these abilities to be.
Yeah, I think having something that I think is underrated is that Pathfinder I think does well because like I understand why you're not necessarily super interested in playing a Pathfinder game. It is very crunchy, and the people I'm playing with like a crunchy war game. Um, and like that is its own vibe. But Pathfinder does some character creation options really, really well, and one of them is class specific feats and then general feats and having them both exist at the same time. I think that's something that works really well in your system.
Yeah. Excuse me. My the system that I keep bragging about, which is Vagabond, kind of does that as well, but it's like they basically just have requirements, and it's like they have refined the requirements down to specific things. So like you can look up the general requirements for something, and then they allow the classes to be able to basically get a grab bag of what that category is on level 1. So it's just like basically like, hey, for fighters, you can pick any melee or ranged perk at level 1 and so on and so forth. So like you can customize your characters
Mm-hmm.
that way and they're all categorized that way. But then any other character that has access to melee or ranged perks, if they succeed that requirement, can still grab those. It's just that fighters get them for free first off the bat.
Me, I fucking love prerequisites. Fuck yeah, let me meet the requirements for a thing to take it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like that actually gives you a goal, and
Mm-hmm.
I believe that having a goal set out
With
for
a
your
character,
characters.
I think it's something that the Stormlight Archives TTRPG does extremely well. I also think it's something that I really want to actually emulate in the Nenki Spirit Demon Energy uh thing that I'm running. Like I or that I'm figuring out, because like I want specific like uh like for example, like I'm kind of like changing it a little bit as in the current iteration to be from Hunter x Hunter specific to a little bit more generic. And the one thing I'm wanting to do is change things that were like Nen Master to like master of your craft or something like that. And you have to have more than one signature ability, and that's an upgrade you have to take on powering up. Is you have to like you have to forego other things to take a second signature ability, and having a second signature ability, like, it weakens your other one, not in the sense that like it's weaker now, but in the sense that you're not augmenting your main one now, you're just getting variety in a second one. And that's
Yeah.
like really good for its own thing, but it also gives you access to this pretty powerful like prestige class, is like kind of what I'm labeling them until I come up with a better name. um and I love having things to fucking build towards, and so I
I
want to have a
understand
bunch
that
of
some
things
people
like
just
that.
want to have their cake and eat it too, but it's just like,
Mm-hmm.
no, that does feel boring after a while, and that's why people try to do mid-maxing, because they feel bored with the goals already set by them in the system.
Mm-hmm.
That's my personal opinion
Yep.
about this
I I
about it.
full I fully agree with that. As someone who, and this is maybe a controversial take, I think that there is a diametric difference between power gaming and min maxing, and I do not have an issue with min maxing as a character concept, because min maxing is very often, and I think this is the thing people overlook, is the min part of it. A lot of my characters have a glaring flaw, and I like my characters to have a glaring flaw. I also want them to have a strength. And that is what min maxing feels like to me. But power gaming is, I am
That one,
specifically
yes.
building to be as powerful as possible, and I hate that shit.
Yeah.
Can I also pop in here and talk a
Yeah,
little
of
bit about
Yeah, go
course.
for
actually
it.
why I
Go, go,
love
go.
old school min-maxing? Because that was the philosophy behind old school min-maxing, talking 60s, 70s,
Exactly.
80s, right? With the
Mm-hmm.
idea behind doing it and why it was actually encouraged at a lot of old school tables, particularly with the crew that my parents um, gamed with, was because that idea is it guaranteed that your character had one thing that they were really good at and one thing that they were guaranteed to suck at. And yeah, sure, in theory, you could build upon that weakness because, you know, it
But it was a
was
lot better to let your wizard focus on that,
but
so you didn't
exactly,
have
which is
to.
what I'm
So it gave
saying.
variety.
Exactly, and it gave it the other idea behind it was it gave a guaranteed shot for everyone to be able to do something and to everyone for everyone to have a moment. If you had a solid dungeon master who knew how to truly balance a party and an adventure, right? If you had a dungeon master who was approaching it with the mindset that everyone gets a turn, literally and mentally, then if you had a character like a situation a dungeon master could put in front of you would be like for example, right? oh, we are coming across a church and we can't determine what exactly their alignment is. Cleric, you have a religion background and you have a high wisdom stat, right?
Oh, do you
And
remember when religion was a wisdom stat?
yes,
Oh
I
God,
do.
I remember that. I remember back when life made sense.
Oh man, nature
so
should have been a
so
wisdom
of
stat.
course the cleric who has a high wisdom because it's their casting modifier.
Yup.
Nature should have the
Decided.
option for that. I think stats should have an option. I think you should be able to. Something I will focus on in mine is you get to pick what a lot of your abilities. You get to pick what stat it goes off of.
Hell yeah.
Sure, but like I'm using a very generic, example
Example.
to
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
illustrate
yeah.
the
Oh
point
yeah, yeah.
that
Sorry, I just interrupted. My bad.
oh, you're fine. Like I said, it's one of those things of like totally, and like I'm giving a very generic, very cookie cutter response because it's something that can easily be discussed. But like we all know, actual Dungeons and Dragons tables tend to have a lot more. Hey, what if I did this, right? And we understand this.
Yep.
Um, I've seen a number of times, again, an old school style party where like the obvious solution would be to have the cleric hold this conversation. And like one of my favorite moments, I'm so sorry, I'm gonna go into a slight story time. One of my
Go for it.
favorite moments, the rogue looked at the rest of the party and went, no, 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 this will be funny, watch, and beelined towards the NPC and proceeded to try to lie organically about, oh yes, I'm very aware of the deity of which you are worshiping. I am interested to learn more about the deity of which you are worshiping. And like the failure of that moment was deliberately so funny because everyone just let them fail, and it was hilarious because everyone let them fail. And like, for the record, I know we can have conversations about like, well, is it a true failure, is it not, what are we talking about, it's a failure, but like in the context of this situation, right, in the
Mm-hmm.
Right.
context of this ideal, right, we
Mm-hmm.
understand that that is not a best case scenario, that is not a quote unquote a diplomatic success, right? We understand
Right.
that we pissed the clergyman off, but it was funny as hell to watch. And to your point about min maxing, that would not have happened if the rogue didn't suck.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
So
man.
yeah, that's my big take on min-maxing versus power gaming. And I think there is a big problem with power gaming in modern 5e out
Oh,
of
I agree.
boredom. And I think you were dead right on that, Ray. Like I think it is people not having enough design options, not having enough build like ways to, and it's not necessarily, oh yeah, that adding more things to the game. It's the philosophy behind 5e.
Yes.
5e
Yeah.
is cookie cutter. It's meant
Yes.
to be so that you can make a character, but all paladins are going to feel very similar because they have very similar abilities. All
Yeah.
rogues are going to feel very similar, and your class only gives so much, and it only gives so much 5 times,
Yeah.
maybe 6 tops. And then outside that, you have feats, which you can only take if you sacrifice ability scores.
Yeah.
Yep.
Something that I this is just part of my spicy brain. Um, so
You
I
have a
can
good spicy
spot.
brain. I love your spicy brain.
Yay! I like my spicy brain too. But it annoys other people sometimes because I end up pointing things out and they don't want it to be seen.
You can
Uh,
always point things out with me.
but like, okay, so I can tell what a game writer for 5e's favorite class is from their writing.
Nope, you're right.
Especially if they're making a new subclass that just happens to be another class in disguise that they just wanted to slot into
Okay,
that
this is
class.
very funny because I have written very few D&D 5e homebrew. One of the
Mm.
ones, the two things I have written, class-wise, I've edited a lot. Like yeah, like we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
I'm an editor. I've edited a lot of D&D homebrew. I've only made a few times. it is a rework of the 5e Ranger, a like full class down rework, implementing Hunter's Mark into the actual class itself, and a paladin subclass that is basically a monster hunter paladin that is very ranger coded. I have played every iteration of ranger that 5e has conjured. I fucking hate ranger. I just want it to be good because it's my partner's favorite class.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Like, oh man, because like you can tell if, like, for instance, a person is like, I want to make a original class, and I just look at it and just be like, this is just a paladin.
It's a paladin with battlemaster abilities too. What the fuck, Ilrager?
This is
I'm looking at you.
lol. Um. So like, yeah, because like it when I try to do, if I ever did writing, and sometimes I do a lot of collab writing more than often instead of
Mm-hmm.
like original stuff, because I'm trying to pull away from 5e in general, because it just pisses me off too much.
Super
Like
fair and valid. I'm about to
uh
run a TTRPG in 5e, like a stream game in 5e. But it is not because I like 5e, it's because these characters were made in 5e. But little do they know, by the end of the campaign, I'm secretly going to whisk them off to another world and they're going to have to build characters in another system.
Well, it's not much of a
yay.
secret now.
Yeah, well, get ready.
All right, bet.
I don't mind telling you for the same reason you've told me shit about your campaign.
No, for sure. Well,
It's also I don't have to
well,
yeah, go ahead.
this does not constitute a spoiler because I fully am aware that whatever the context of this decision is, I'm not going to have any pretext for.
Nope. I've already set it up many times in that I've talked about it, but unless you know me really well or you live in my house because I've talked about it with my partners, you probably don't know the full context of what's gonna happen.
For sure, no. And I don't
Vaughn does though. I have told Vaughn, I have conspired with Vaughn.
I fully believe that. I was gonna say, and frankly, I don't want to, but not because I don't want to find out, but more so in the sense of like, no, don't spoil it for me.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say anything more than that. Plus, I also don't have to like quote not like convince, but like I don't have to convince you to play a different TTRPG system. I'd almost trick Connor into playing Monster of the Week.
Teehee.
But Monster of the Week is fucking baller.
The person who's played Vampire the Masquerade, Call of Cthulhu, Cats of Cthulhu, which is a fun one, by the way, if you didn't know that existed.
Cats of Cthulhu is great. Also, Ray, I am not having D&D this Friday. We should get the gang together for some Monster of the Week.
Ooh. I think I may be able to do that. It just depends, because like my family, I don't want to bring down the mood, but like something happened in
Oh no.
like family circle that will probably distract me and keep me away from my desk for a little bit while babysitting puppies. So
Are you okay? That's that is the
I'm
important thing.
I'm fine. It's mostly just being worried for others that is going to distract me, but also me needing to make sure that the house is like still up to snuff when folks get
Yeah.
back home.
Out of if you ever need anything or if you need to talk, I'm always here.
I
You
talked
can
to my
always message
therapist
me.
this morning,
Good,
so I'm good.
good. I'm also offering that as a friend in case you need any extra. Just I understand how that shit goes.
Yeah. So like just like it's like one of those things.
Yeah, it'd be one of those things.
It just be one of those things.
I did a boxcar doing a wheelie, and this is what came out of it.
Hell yeah. Good tip.
We are painting.
Crazy good tip. Actually nuts. What the hell? I'm gonna add a little character interaction here. It's the same method. It's the same shit. I still draw my glove.
We are in fact painting.
Hell yeah. We are in fact cooking when it comes to character interaction today. I was actually intimidated to try to get back to this level of character interaction, and I forgot how much I fucking love it.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
it's really fun to draw really like I really like working hard on really dynamic poses. I think it might be. Wait. Y'all talk?
Yeah. Test.
Okay. Test. Yeah, I was just like my computer did it again. I was like, "Oh, I think it might be this," but then it went silent for a second and I was like, "Oh shit, wait, was that my headset again?" No, I think it actually might be my tablet. That's like cuz I'm getting these little like jumps occasionally where like it'll I think it might be
Might
my
be a driver
tablet. Yeah,
situation.
like shutting down for a second. I might need to update my Wacom tablet or something. Not sponsored.
Not sponsored.
Yo, let's go. This is just a little thing, but this is a very, very small thing you can do when you're having two things interact. Is right at the point of interaction, if you just draw like a little bit of, like just some like downward curving towards the part where the interaction is, it looks like the thing's pressing inward, which gives such a good visual as far as like weight goes. Love that shit.
Hell yeah.
Do the same thing over here. And that just makes it look like even more believable that this is a really tight grip.
Blue skidoo and we can too.
Yeah. Yep. Cause it's blue. I got you, blue.
Well,
Get rid of that patch right in there. Person has a big hand. And that's fine. You can exaggerate body parts for cool interactions.
oh, you know what? I'm a genius. I know what I'm doing.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it because every time I hear I'm a
You're waiting for
genius,
the,
it's
oh
the
no.
I'm a genius. Oh no! Every time.
No, I'm reminding myself that I can mix my skills, and so I am mixing my skills.
Hell yeah. That is what I have literally had to retrain myself to do when it comes to drawing.
It's like I mentioned before, it's been a minute since I've actually done a painting, so I forgot. Hey, again, we can in fact, um, be smart about this.
Okay, you know what? It's not working coming from that angle because of the way we have the hand gripping. So what we do need to have it do is
Go ahead and start.
come in. There we go. That like that.
There we go.
There we go. You can get kind of fancy with the arm now. I love a good grip and throw. So, go ahead.
Oh, good. I was gonna just slightly go over to tabletop RPG talk.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, so I have my attributes, right? And
Which are your like ability scores, right?
yes, the ability scores.
Just for like sake of ease of reference, like I also call them something different. I call them like your
Okay,
cores or
cool.
something like that. I was just like for sake of reference, like I just want to make sure I knew what was being talked about.
Yeah, like in D&D, it's like strength, dexterity.
Yep.
constitution, something like that. Okay, so in my system, I'm blending in a few things just to, again, have that enough broad, but also can get very specific if really, really needed to.
Mm-hmm.
But also to remove at least maybe 2 or 3 of the skills that I see in D&D because they become problem children.
Perception.
Yes, perception is one of them.
It is
So
just the best stat because unfortunately D&D boiled it down too much. It's actually something Pathfinder did too, and I actually have an issue with Pathfinder as well.
oh no. But yeah, I basically am trying to make sure that I remove perception as a thing and like replace it with something else or at least change the definition of it. Enough to so it doesn't fall into that category of like you must have the stat to be good at anything or everything
Or
kind
you
of thing.
will like someone in your party has to have this or you miss out on a large portion of the game, which is
Yeah.
usually what I find it to be like. I actually really like, and in most games I prefer when someone else actually takes good perception so I can just be like, oh, thank the gods, I can actually make a character that doesn't have it.
Yeah. So in this system, I'm trying to avoid that as well as an overall uh, stealth stat.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
What do you mean like
the
overall stealth stat?
okay, so a really really great not video game, board game logic video. Like that's not the name of the channel or anything. I can't remember who exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's in like in a string of videos that I watched. But something stood out to me when I was watching this video is that in a game such as Alien, where the
Great
point
game,
of
by
the
the way.
game, great game, but the point of the game is that you have to stay away from the alien, and there's not a single goddamn stealth stat in that whole entire system.
Nope.
It relies on your own knowledge and reflexes and like mental reflexes of
Ingenuity,
ingenuity to come up with a solution to the
creativity,
problem.
etc., etc. Yep. You should limit. It's why I do not have in my. I actually think this is a great design philosophy. It's something I actually very intentionally did in my system for the like Monster of the Week style anime game. Is I specifically did not make any of the stats the fight something stat because
Yeah.
everyone would just have to take that. And I was like, that's no fun. When you decide on your move, you decide, like when you pick a signature move, you decide with the DM what stat it goes off of, what stat it works off of based on what it does and what the various stats cover. And I
Yes.
prefer that because it means that someone isn't locked into anything.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something that I'm trying to desperately avoid is like that, like, oh, this is the end all be all stat. That's also kind of why, for instance, okay, so my I have six attributes, ability scores. Um, I have strength, I have dexterity, I have presence,
Mm-hmm.
tenacity, knowledge, and awareness. So two of those are kind of like head scratchers, some after what I
Mm-hmm.
just said, which would be awareness and tenacity.
Mm-hmm.
Tenacity is the replacement and removal of the Constitution score.
I kind of figured. I
I I
I
basically separated charisma into two stats.
I have a suggestion for you, and you're welcome to take it or not. Like, no problem. But I have an idea.
Okay.
I think it is a smart idea to change the, and you might already be doing this. I think it's a smart idea to change the Constitution stat around. Have you
hmm
considered having HP or the HP equivalent function off of multiple stats?
I've thought about that, and I kind of like was doing the math a little bit, and I just found it easier, or at least currently I find it easier to just make the base stat what the is tied to the class. um as
I
opposed
see.
to like just like make it a scaling thing that goes with it, as opposed to attach to a very strict stat, because again it will become that issue of like, if you don't have enough points in this thing, then, or if I don't get enough points in these two things, then I won't have enough HP. So I just made it like a flat thing that you can scale, and then you can choose perks basically to, if you want to be like the meat shield person, like you can choose to do that, as opposed to like having to rely it on ability scores, at least at the moment. Um, like for instance, I at the moment I don't have any classes that go below a D6. Um, and then the highest is like maybe a D12. Um, like it's like it's no, the highest is a D10, not a D12. Um, because also I'm trying to reduce the numbers. I'm trying to avoid Pathfinder's thing of going up to plus 30.
Oh, yeah, I love Pathfinder. I do think that is an issue is when the numbers start to get too high, having kind of an average number is kind of meaningless sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like I'm trying to just crunch that down, just like squeeze that down just a little bit more. Um, with that idea. So like, yeah, wizards might actually go back down to a D4 depending on how powerful they are, because I feel like it's reasonable
I
if
think
they end up
I
doing
think
a bunch of
all the
bullshit.
scholars being at a D4 would make a lot of sense, honestly.
Probably not all of them, only because cleric is in the scholars.
Oh, true. That could be. You know what? Cleric can have a D6. Fuck you, cleric. You don't get a
Yeah,
D8 anymore.
yeah. Like clerics can have a D6. I feel, which is completely fine because they will have the tankiness. They will have high the compared to all the other scholars, which would be proficient in uh, cloth armor. Cloth armor and light armor are two different things, by the way, in my system. Um,
Oh,
and
cloth armor referring to like heavy robes, like battle robes, that kind of
yeah,
thing.
like robes and
And
capes
light
and stuff like
armor
that.
actually just being like leathers and hides and that kind of thing.
So like cloth armor actually like fits into like cape categories as well, and like all the classes can wear all the armor that they want. If they're proficient in it, they get extra bonuses to it, and extra like bells and whistles with it. Um, and like unless you go up to like heavy armor. Heavy armor is like you have to have these things to be able to actually like Like you have to be proficient in heavy armor to be able to do anything in them, basically. Um, but like for cloth armor, if you're proficient in cloth armor, and again, any class can wear cloth armor, but if you're proficient in it, you can do something called a flourish in my system. Flourishes are basically item-based abilities that you get with the item. So like you can complicate the
Oh,
system
kind of
by
like.
just
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
oh yeah. Uh you can just basically add more complicate not complication, but like more
Com-
complex battle stuff with the items in the system. Like for instance, how some duelists use capes to either grab a sword or deflect a sword and stuff like that, or cause a distraction, or like how matadors do their thing of like blind, like shielding the movement that they're doing before making the attack, like disruption. Um, so like yeah, that's what cloth armor proficiency does specifically.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. I like the Constitution goes off of multiple stats thing, but I do think it works better in more of a Monster of the Week type system where the
Yeah.
numbers are even smaller than what you're working with. Because what I essentially base them off of, and what I kind of did with them, is I made it so the stuff you can easily get, it's pretty you either kind of get to spec to be a little bit more like Nen powerful or a little bit more HP powerful. It's extremely hard to do both.
Yeah.
And I think that balances it out really well. There are 3 stats that HP goes off of in the game. But they can be negatives depending on like what
Mm,
stat line you choose. So
gotcha.
you're never gonna, I did the math on every single one, so you're never gonna end up with like negative wounds or something like that, which is what I call the HP.
Gotcha.
But you may end up with only 1 or 2. A wound isn't a death sentence. Like taking a wound, taking all your wounds isn't even a death sentence then. It's a whole separate thing. I wanted to make HP feel a lot more dynamic because in an anime fucking fight there is no HP is vibes based.
Yeah. Exactly. It's very vibes based. Um, but yeah, yeah, like yeah, and like it is also trying to make sure that creating a character doesn't take like a whole bunch of time. Like you know what your health is, you know where it scales. You get a flat rate in health. Um, maybe you do add a dice roll. I'm not sure yet, but I know for a fact that at least there should be a flat like bell curve in a sense um when it comes to health, cuz each class like even in the disciplines between scholar and martial and stuff like that, there's too much variety in like the play style between each one. Like yeah, they all share like a collective set of abilities, and just to catch everyone else up, in my system there are 4 disciplines that are is basically your level 0 that you can have npcs at and still level up your npcs to scale with the rest of the world and the party, uh, that you pick as a class, that you pick before you pick your class, and all the classes are under each a different umbrella of a discipline. um, and there's martial, gadgeteer, scholars, and talents. And they all have their own set things. Like for instance, marshals get like an extra attack at level 5, basically. Like all of them do. So everything under martial umbrella is like fighters, champions, uh, striders, which are now the pugilist. Like pugilist has been changed to strider. That's basically like the monk quotation mark class. Magus, and Berserker or Juggernaut. I haven't decided. I haven't stuck with a name just yet. because I want it to be broad enough, like we've spoken before in the stream,
Mm-hmm.
of like I want it to be broad enough that people with sci-fi or fantasy feels can come into this, like, or be able to easily tweak it to fit the genre that they want to play in. That's kind of how broad I'm trying to like make it just a little bit more. It is leaning more towards fantasy in the end, but I want it to be just enough that like a competent GM can actually just go in and say, instead of spells, we're calling it spirit, or we're calling it scythe points, or something like that. Just easily just change a single word, and not worry about it. You know, I want it to at least be that flexible.
I think that is a good goal to have it be that kind of flexible. It's definitely a design philosophy I'm trying to take into account with mine, is I want people to be able to do pretty much any traditional anime power system. Like, I really genuinely feel like you could do Jujutsu Kaisen, which is probably getting into the like modern side of things a little bit more, where things get like a little nitty gritty and weird and specific, but like some people really like that shit. But I also like want it to apply for Yu Yu Hakusho or Dragon Ball fucking Z if you want it.
Yeah,
Like I want it to be applicable for that kind of for those kinds of things. And I think that is a very lofty goal.
yeah.
And
Like
I think
it's a small restraint, but if it doesn't work out, then I won't be kicking and screaming all the way down to like fix it. I'll be like, okay, this isn't working. I'm just gonna stick with fantasy then, because in the end, it's just like trying to get it done.
mhm
Um, but yeah, like okay, so I have those attributes and stuff like that.
mhm
Uh, not really sure about going to the HP route of making multiple things.
I don't think it works
Um,
as I don't like. I wanted to ask if you've thought about it. I don't think it is necessary for your system to function, if that makes sense. Like,
yeah,
yeah.
like I don't think it would work necessarily, only because of like, for instance, sorcerers. Sorcerers will be working off of the tenacity stat block as their main source of like their magic stat, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and the baseline for most of the talents are a D6. Sorcerers should be a D8 because they literally have magic coursing through their veins. So it adds them a extra layer of protection or vitality. Um, but also because a lot of their abilities have to do with mana sapping, which is them using their own life force to do more powerful bullshit because they're literally pulling it out of their body, as opposed to just like being a decaf wizard.
This is just a personal thing. I understand the whole flavor with like making sorcerers bloodline oriented, and I think if that's your vibe for your world, sure, whatever.
It's
I
mostly
still
just a
have yeah. I still have like sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to.
oh no. It's just a goal of like I've had so many requests to make a life sap sorcerer that I might as well just make it part, because that made it different enough from the wizard to
Mm-hmm.
actually be its own thing.
No, I think
It's
it.
not it's
Go
not
ahead.
necessarily bloodline. It's just like it's just life sapping.
And that's kind of where I was going with it. Is I think that bloodline and like magic coursing through your veins or magic in your lineage, I don't love that concept. I have it sort of in my world, slash in like sessions I've run, but it's mostly entirely because people make characters where that is their thing, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
sure, that's your thing, so I'm not gonna put it, but I do like making sorcerers feel distinct in the sense of it should not just be a bloodline is where you get it. It should be
Oh yeah,
you
no, no,
have
no. It's gonna
magic.
be more broad than that.
Yeah,
But
you have magic coursing through your veins, I think is an interesting way to put it, because how the fuck did it get there is half the question.
exactly. Exactly. It's not strictly a bloodline. It's just like it's there. You have no fucking idea why. It's up to you. It's up to your character and all that stuff, or the world setting. Like again, like sorcerer is a title to help people find it in a book. It could be like a Neo situation
Mm-hmm.
entirely, where you're using like part of your life force to, while you're outside of like the Matrix, like Neo doing that last little bit in the Matrix, like using force kinetic stuff to stop the drones from killing him. Like, and he got fucking like hurt from it. Like he got
Bodied by
physically, he
it.
got bodied from doing something so powerful outside of the necessary restraints. Like he was bringing a fantasy into a reality situation.
Sorcerers should use their own force of will to break the laws of reality. That
And
is
that's
the
why
that
it's
is the power
tenacity.
fantasy of a sorcerer. Yeah, I think it makes total sense.
It's like I'm replacing the con stat for that reason. Is because if someone, like, if it was like a D&D setting, which is why this particular sorcerer doesn't work in D&D, is because of exactly that, where it's just like
Yeah, you
everyone
just max
forces a little
con.
bit into, yeah, you just max con and you are the most tanky as well as powerful motherfucker out there, and it's just like, yeah, no. I'm not
No, I
doing
don't
that.
want to. I don't want to do that. Sorcerers are weak in 5e, but I don't want to make every power gamer again come back and just start playing sorcerer because that is the most effective way to play the game.
Yeah.
Grippers are out, Aqua. I was taught how to draw feet because I was talking about how I find drawing hands pretty easy, and I was talking about how I did it, and Ray gave me a tip. Let me show you this shit. Let me show you this shit. This shit's wild. This shit's crazy. Shit's unfair. I draw a fucking box.
You're drawing a boxcar.
I
That's the
draw
tip.
a fucking boxcar. Oh yeah, little boxcar. There's some wheels on here. Oh, I can't forget the bumpers. Uh-oh. Oh wait, no, what's happening? Oh, I'm connecting the oh no. It's a fucking foot. The fuck?
It even has all the bumps that you need to make the
Yeah,
bumps
you
as well
just
as the
it's
Tobin.
fucking what the fuck? So yeah, that's what I learned today. I learned how to draw feet. And so I was
Hell yeah.
practicing that. So I can officially draw my I can officially draw feet.
You can get that extra money from drawing people's favorites, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Grippers are out, Olska. That's damn straight. I'm learning how to draw feet today. You draw a fucking boxcar for some reason.
'Cause feet are fucking weird.
It it bothers me so much. I figured out the glove method, and I was just like, oh yeah. No, I couldn't figure out feet, and I
You
was
were making
fucking
fun of me, and then you're like, wait, hold
I was
on.
like, oh yeah, no, my triangles work. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now the triangles were helpful, and I still like the triangles for this kind of thing, for like when I'm sketching out positioning and that kind of thing. But if I'm drawing a foot, I'm fucking drawing a foot. Oh my
Yeah.
god, the fucking boxcar. I can draw hands holding. I enjoy I enjoy drawing. Okay, hands holding. It's the same shit. What do you want? Interlocking fingers? I can do interlocking fingers. I won't even fucking you know what? I don't even go for the downward interlocking fingers. I'm gonna fucking go for the forward interlocking fingers. You people putting their fucking hands together and intertwining their fingies. You literally just layer them over each other and then you alternate. this requires slightly more focus than anything else I've done today, but really, honestly, not all that much.
Tee.
I like drawing hands. I think hands are fun to draw.
Same.
I like drawing I love the complicated shit with hands. I think hand expression is I was talking about this in Jack's stream earlier today. I was talking about how, in my opinion, I start a lot of my drawings with hands because hands, more so than most other body parts, will actually tell you what part of the body you're or like how the positioning and how the body posing is gonna go. Hands aren't awful, Olska. I love hands. Hands are great. Oh, are we gonna watch it? We're gonna watch the video. We're gonna watch the video together. Hold on. We're gonna watch the video together. Alright. Hold up. Hold up. Y'all will have to watch it on stream. Drawing the perfect hand. Alright, here we are, everyone. The best video
Also,
of all
I
time.
I found like the best way to learn how to draw a thing is to just attach it and just draw your other favorite thing.
Don't wait in line. Beat the deadline
Oh,
with tax
shit.
experts by your
Ads.
side. Get matched with an expert who can file your taxes as soon as today.
I will convince you to.
Our
You have to
deadline
watch
is
this
April
video.
15th.
You just have to
Hand
watch
over your
this
taxes to an
video.
expert today.
I'm not gonna make you watch an ad.
So here's how
You're
you
gonna have
draw
to listen to it.
perfect hands. Hands are easy. You just draw the box, draw some lines, and there you go. It's a hand. Although now that I look at it, I guess it's not a perfect hand. Okay, so I thought some more about it, and what's the point of a hand only having 5 fingers? Like, we can make our own hands happen here, so why not make them perfect? 10 fingers and 2 thumbs in one hand, this makes a lot more sense. Suddenly you aren't limited by the number of fingers anymore. See, this is a good hand. Okay, it's good, but it's not perfect. Yeah. Okay, so maybe things got a little bit too silly, you know. Let's just keep it to one hand, one thumb, and the thumb is connected to another hand. Now we're actually getting somewhere. Now we have more fingers, and we have more mobility, and we just need a safeguard around the hands, like a lot of thumbs, just to protect the inner hand. If nature wasn't stupid, then this would be what it would intend. This is a beautiful hand, but it's not perfect. I've been stupid. But I'm not afraid to admit it. I neglected the language of the hands. We use our hands when we speak. We are the hands. We use the hands, but the hands also use us. You know,
Just
they
all
read
hands.
the future from the palm of the hand.
Oops, all hands.
It's because
Oops,
they're
all
divine.
hands.
They have special gifts. They are otherworldly, and so by extension, so are we. You know, the Jains, they worship the hands.
By the way,
and
I
in
have
Buddhism,
seen this
it's a
video.
symbol
I
of
love this
peace, and
artist.
we
I love this artist so
worship
much.
the
I've watched this
the
video
hands have been
so many
speaking to
times.
us, and we have not been listening.
So
And
handsome.
we have to make up for it. We need to go further because
So
the
handsome.
hands are watching us. We are not alone. This entire universe is just a palm of a hand. The fingers are still up there though, and they're stretching closer towards us every single day. They're coming for us. They are coming for us, and they are coming for us.
They are coming for us, and they're coming for us, and they're coming for
I
us.
just woke up, and it's been a couple of hours, and apparently I drew a bunch of hands. I don't really remember it, but yeah, this is one way you could go about drawing hands. And if you feel like you've learned something, go ahead and like below, and thanks for...
I'm not kidding. I watched that video one time, and I could draw hands afterwards. I'm literally not kidding.
It's sometimes just clicks.
I was like,
Boxcar.
oh, that's it. And it was literally the exact same circumstance where I was like, that can't be. I can't just... Holy fuck.
Oh yeah, it's that whole scene from Smiling Friends.
Yep.
Wait, I can just do it? Wait, what?
Oh,
This is
wait,
so
I
much
can
easier.
run. Oh, wait, I can run. But yeah, no, look, Crispy, there you go. You wanted some hand holding? Look, they're interlocking fingers.
Gasp.
They're about to hold forward hands. How inappropriate. How scandalous. How lewd indeed. They are coming for us. They are coming for us. They are coming for us. Do. I'm still gonna finish the other hand, but I am drawing interlocking hands.
And we can do.
The only downside to working on what I'm working on is I can't turn around and say, "Look at how it's going," because that would be a spoiler.
It would be spoilers.
It'd be spoilers.
Spoilers in the chat. You can show Ray.
In theory.
In theory.
In theory.
Please.
Do I have your permission to send you a DM?
Yes.
Okay. But that is an important element. You could say I'm gonna make a joke here. You could say it is the most important element.
Teehee.
Is it the fifth element?
Is not the fifth element, unfortunately.
Shit.
Damn, you got that rare sixth element? Damn.
I regret to inform you, it's the hidden element.
Is the fifth element weed? I always thought it was weed.
In off, it's sugar.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Meat, plastic, metal. I always forget what the fourth one is. Meat, plastic, metal, smoke, and sugar.
Meat, plastic, metal, smoke, and sugar. I want you to know those are the elements according to Clem.
Good. Good. As it should be. Alright, I'm sending a DM over. Give me like 2 seconds. 2 whole seconds.
Boo 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 doo doo doo.
Hell yeah.
Alright. It is pretty rough because I was blasting this together. But it gets the point across.
You're doing it to prove a point, not for accuracy.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
Ooh,
I
pretty.
think it's a lot of fun.
We are still going. we are still painting. We have
I
much to-
cannot show what I am working on.
No, I understand.
I did end up getting a little bit of work.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, right? Like good hell yeah?
Oh yeah, good hell yeah. Like this is my main job of like that pays the bills a lot.
Yeah.
So
One day.
very, very, very happy.
Thank you, Olska. I appreciate it. I'm trying to get better at it. I actually much prefer. Honestly, NK Draws showed me this SU Cream pencil, and my life has been changed. Seriously, like I enjoy drawing on my tablet so much more after downloading this pencil.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to find the right pencil, and
I was really struggling to fiddle with it because CSP is good, but fuck, you really gotta fiddle with those options
yeah,
if you really want it to work for you and not
you want
against
every
you.
single thing to be perfect or exactly like another program. Yeah. I have a lot of friends who refuse to. Not a lot of friends, but I have a few friends that refuse to pick up Clip Studio Paint because they really, really, really love their paint tool side brushes a lot. And I'm like, valid, but you can achieve that. You just gotta do a few things. And they're like, no, I don't want to do that. And I'm like, but you would actually draw so much faster in Clip Studio Paint. I promise. You will have rulers and all kinds of other stuff, and it's okay. And I will give you the brushes.
I am a slow ass artist, but that's because I don't know all of the tricks, and I also, this is just a personal thing. I learned very, very practically, like how I learned to do art was not digitally. And so sometimes it is hard for my brain to actually like wrap my fucking head around how it functions in the digital sense. Um, and I can get kind of frustrated with it sometimes. And so sometimes I'd rather just do it myself, even if it takes longer, even if it's not necessarily quite as good.
Yep. I get this one.
Yeah, understandable.
I still actually really like CSP as a program though. CSP fist bump.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You're
I've
currently
I just we're gonna do the please help me into the high five.
yeah. Fist bump high five.
all right. Moving on to the next piece. The next bit.
So now I just do this with hands because I've done them so often.
I might have to go in and do even more contrasted shadows, but that's a later problem.
I've definitely stranglehold some of my friends to do some Clip Studio Paint shenanigans because I know that they would thank me in the future and it's just like and they have but it's just like I know I'm also a stubborn bitch when it comes to change but I promise you it'll
Oh
be
god.
okay. Like
Change?
trying to
Different? Different?
oh man, like when it comes to using vector layers,
Yeah.
it's just like like
uh,
raster layers are perfect for sketching. You don't have to change a thing. If you are inking in any way, shape, or form, highly recommend getting used to vector layers because it will save your ass so many times when it
mm-hmm.
comes to actually doing like the coloring process.
I still won't do it, but that's also because I'm not much of a like colorer. I'm not much of a color artist.
Mm-hmm.
I've always struggled with color art. Um I have a weird thing where like I have perfect color vision, but it almost works against me sometimes in the sense that like I'm
Screens
breaking down
won't fucking do it sometimes.
I'm breaking down color options too much. Like I'm like looking at like the yeah, I get too complicated with my colors when I do work with them too much. I've tried a lot to tone it down.
Yeah, screens fuck me up. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm a lot into color and color theory and stuff like that. Um, it's just like how I am as just like an artist in general. But like, yeah, colors can fuck me up when it comes to digital.
I
But
am a
yeah, like when you're
rast.
doing, oh,
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, but if I was just gonna reiterate, it's like if you are doing inking specifically, like I highly recommend doing vector layers as a source of your inking because you can clean up lines so much faster with Clip Studio when it comes to the vector layers. It's strictly for inking, it's not for coloring, it's not for painting. Like, don't use vector for painting or coloring. You will destroy your computer
And not
or.
even necessarily all line work.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to do the fill stuff. It's just like the actual, just like lines. um,
Like
like
and
I'm a crazy bitch because I use it for some of my sketch process, but that's because I'm insane. Uh,
yeah, I would call
but
that
yeah,
slightly insane.
but yeah, that's just me. Don't do that unless you like are unless you try it out and you see that you
Yeah,
actually
unless you heavily practice it.
yeah,
Like
unless you heavily practice it. Don't be like me.
versus me, I'm a raster layer bitch. I will use raster layers all the time for things that I shouldn't necessarily use raster layers for. However, it did break me when I was breaking into animation on CSP. I don't
Yeah.
have the full thing, so I can't do like minutes worth of animation. I can only do like the short bursts of animation because I have the free version still. But
Yeah, yeah.
it doesn't like matter. Animation's the same, and I can do longer pieces. I just edit together 30-second or several second sections. It's not that hard. You can do anything you want. You can get 30 seconds pretty easily. But anyways, when I was learning that, I had to learn vector because that's, in my opinion, the only real way to get smooth animation with
Yeah, it
digital.
works so well with the inking process and the smooth animation
Mm-hmm.
for the animation stuff. Yeah, because like you can control every single line with a vector layer. And it also helps with the fill tool. The fill tool, especially Ice Cream Man, is like works super well uh with the vector layers of Clip Studio Paint. But not only that, also trying to stranglehold some of my friends into trying or learning about specific things about Clip Studio, such as like the reference window and the different color swatches windows, um, and then also the rulers, how to use the rulers. Like
I
I love Clip Studio so much.
I will absolutely throw in a symmetry ruler. I in fact, my icon for my fucking Twitch was made in a vector layer using a symmetry ruler. Like, that shit's so useful. Learn how to do it.
Yeah.
You will not regret it.
100% useful, and like if you're having a bad day, drawing mandalas really helps your mental. Just saying. Just open up Clip Studio, put on like a 7 like line like symmetrical tool, like make it asymmetrical, and you got yourself a mandala, and you just paint and draw to your heart's content.
Have fun.
The best
Just
feeling ever.
fucking do it. Just fucking go for it. And this is coming from someone who doesn't particularly like using vector layers. I still say you
Well,
should
can
learn.
use it with raster layers too.
You
can
oh,
use it with vector
absolutely,
layer.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, in general, this is someone coming from someone who doesn't particularly like vector layers. Actually, I'm gonna swap this hand around. And I still think you should learn how to use them. I don't always use I don't always use like color swatches or anything like that, but you should still fucking learn how to do them.
Yes.
Lays on the floor.
There. I will teach you the ways of Marvel.
I was gonna say, yeah. What we only recently learned that a vector layer existed or raster layer existed, and I still have not tried either of them.
So
You have been using
Also,
raster layers. Like, you've been using raster layers without knowing it.
Okay.
yes. What you're
Any
painting with
yeah.
is a raster layer.
Cool.
All that basically means in terminology is that vector layers are computer saved. So the computer is saving like a number algorithm, while raster layers are just blending pixels. That's basically the jargon.
Raster
Like,
layers are
very-
fancy high def pixel art, which is what most digital photography and digital art is fancy extremely high res pixel art. Most photography is that.
Yes.
And computer programming is a way of mimicking that via literally just programming.
Yeah. And that's why it feels a little bit more rigid, especially if you're using some of the brushes that say vector. Highly recommend not doing that. I just recommend using your favorite ink brush, whatever that may be, because you can make any brush in Clip Studio Paint a vector brush, work in vector layers. So
Well, if you consider the fact that I have just straight up have not been doing that to begin with,
you don't need to use it if you're painting. You don't.
Crispy,
you don't want to use vector.
I literally just use SU cream pencil these days. This is the only thing I use. I love it so much. Draw with what you want.
Yeah, exactly. Draw with what you want. Have fun with it. It's cool to learn about a new layer setting and stuff like that. The only reason why I said I stranglehold my friends to learn vector layer is because the friend that I'm talking about is the one that I'm working with for a comic.
Yeah, that would make me that. Yep. From a professional standpoint, especially if you're editing and or working off of their art in any way, dear God, please, please listen to my friend Ray and use fucking vector layers.
If you're doing comics, learn how to use a vector layer. I swear to fucking God, you will make coloring so much faster. It's like how it's the similar thing to animation. Learn vector layer. I
Oh,
swear to God.
Also, Saris, this is literally one of the reasons why I was like, I think your story would be better suited to a slightly different medium, because the medium you're choosing can actually be done via paint, not necessarily having to do all of the shit that we've been talking about.
Yeah. No, yours is paint, 100%. Like, there are, yeah. That's stick with what you're doing. You're doing great. I was just strangle holding like my friends who are doing comics and animations.
Yeah,
Just
for sure.
like.
100%. Yeah, no,
Saris, I know this, and I love you. You've done nothing wrong.
You've done
Yeah,
nothing
thank
wrong.
you.
You're good.
panic.
You have nothing to panic over. You are doing fantastic.
Ooh, that is a good uppercut.
Hell yeah.
I am just making shit up as I go.
Yeah, that's like 90% of art in general. So you're same. Shakes hand. Normal people can't tell. They have a hard time telling. Only people see every
Exactly.
single mistake that we make. Only we will notice.
Exactly. I look at other people's art and I sometimes see their mistakes and I go, "Oh, I really like that mistake." I shit you not, y'all. Like there are so many times where I'm just like, "Hell yeah, I really like the feel that that mistake gives the piece of art." Or like honestly, I really like uneven coloring in a lot of my art. Like I really enjoy like looking at art from artists who don't color perfectly in the lines, who do sketchier sort of styles and that kind of thing. I think that's cool as shit.
Oh yeah.
Normalize not being a perfectionist with your art.
Yes. Please normalize it before you suffer greatly.
And if you ever want an example, I will point you at one of my favorite pieces of media that I have talked about on this stream many times and will continue to talk about on this stream many times, Kill 6 Billion Demons. That artist does not give a fuck about perfect pieces of art. And that's what makes each piece that he puts out perfect.
Yep. Imperfection actually adds character um to an art piece, but it has to be personalized imperfection. It cannot just be like someone's gonna take those words. Like, I can definitely see some asshat taking those words and saying like, so AI art. It's like, no, that's not what I mean. I'm
No,
talking
what
about smear
Mhm.
frames. I'm talking about like you don't have to make a perfect image to make a good animation because they rely on smear frames, which are imperfect body forms to make a form. It's like you if you know how to break it and know how to break it well, it will look.
I am so glad you brought up smear frames, because smear frames are one of those things that AI art bros will come in and they will tell you. And for those of you who don't know, and I will do a quick example of a smear frame. For those of you who don't know, a smear frame is an in-between frame, in between generally, and I'm just kind of giving a quick example of a like scene that could would use a smear frame, in between a pre-shot, a pre-action shot, and uh and a post-action shot. I'm just going classic fucking stick figure because I do them very well, and I know how to do them. Just for this is, and I just womb, and the smear frame is the in between frame right here, where instead of the weapon or instead of the motion, you come in usually with a wider piece or with a wider brush, thick oil paint. I really like thick oil paint for it. And you go like that.
Yep.
Um, And AI art bros will sit there and fucking tell you that like
Every frame is
mhm,
perfect. It's just like, but no,
that
that
60
makes it look janky.
or you get the shitty AI bros that come in and they tell you that, oh yeah, the AI enhanced 60 FPS like pieces or like fight scenes are better than the original ones because they add frames in the middle that are like smear frames in that they're not exact or consistent. But I have to know how to draw this hand in order to put my weird little funny dashy sketches in and have them look like a thing. I'm putting a bunch of random lines on the page and it looks like a thing after a while. It
Yeah.
I have to know how to do that. AI art puts random things there and then calls it good.
Yeah, basically. Because yeah, like smear frames are extremely helpful, and there's different variations of smear frames.
They're also really hard to do.
Yeah, they're ridiculously hard to do, and there's different varieties of smear frames. There's like the actual like smear frame, which is like a blur effect. There's
Mm-hmm.
another type of smear frame that is just bubbles, like it's the bubble form. And then like they all have different feelings too. There's the smear frame that is connecting two animation keys, but like if it's like elongated out,
So I'm
like
showing another kind of smear framing on the screen right now is the fingertip tool on an ink. This
yeah,
shit is some of the most common smear framing you will see. And this shit
yeah,
is so fun to do.
so much fun. And it's just like yeah, like it, and depending on your style that you learn, you will create a different feeling with your animation. Studio Ghibli uses a mix between bubble smears and uh elongated smear framing, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, you are correct
so
in
like
that.
the stretchy versions or the bubble versions, like or a blend of the two, to get the feeling of still solidness but also swiftness in some of their frames.
Whereas if you're making if you're doing weapons, almost always you will do the smear framing with the fingertip tool or something similar because you want to start with the actual weapon and then smear it because you are breaking down multiple bits of motion, of multiple complicated aspects of motion into a single image. You
Yeah,
like it has to be so perfect for it not to look like nonsense.
yeah. Oh, and that's another thing. Uh, like a computer animation kind of thing will try to keep it perfect. Again, like perfection does not really help art, especially if you're drawing motion. So, uh, when you're drawing a weapon slice, you notice that a lot of them use arches. And many people who haven't studied art don't understand why you use arch. It's to imitate the vibe of motion. Like it is not to create, it is not the actual reality of the the weapon or the blade or whatever. It is literally trying to mimic the vibe of physics, not the legitimate physics of an
I
item.
did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
I've been
It's
learned
just the
today.
vibe.
Yep. We
Because like
are.
impact frames, for instance, impact frames like with the ball thing
Mhm.
or like with the flour sack uh study and stuff like that, you're imitating the vibe of, like, for instance, in Tom and Jerry skits, where it's like someone gets fucking like clapped really hard with like a board on their ass in like the Tom and Jerry stuff. It's just like you see the impact frame and it's just completely destroying the spine and hip of the character, but that's not what's really happening. It's just to emphasize how the physics feel through the vibes of like visuals.
Abso-fucking-lutely, which is why you'll find really inaccurate frames, but which is why when AI tries to do really inaccurate frames, it looks wrong, is because they don't know what they're trying to accomplish, all it knows is it's supposed to accomplish a like mush of different frames, which is not accurate to what you're trying to actually do. Here, I'm currently in the process of drawing a piece that I'm going to do a weapon, an actual weapon smear on, to kind of show a little bit more on how to do that.
And just to give like a really cool thought experiment, because I saw a YouTube channel do this already, or at least I saw a clip when I was just scrolling. Um, and I can't remember who originally showed the clip, but basically they were comparing types of animation to one another, and the Tom and Jerry animation, which is why I bring it up. You can mute Tom and Jerry and still hear every single impact of that show.
You're talking about the difference between animation and animated storytelling.
Yes.
Yep. And I love both of them. They're both great. But there is a
Yeah.
There's
They
a
both have their flaws and characteristics that are clearly their own separate thing.
there's a diametric difference between something like a Gretzko, which is amazing, and I love a Gretzko, do not get me wrong. But there is a diametric difference between something like a Gretzko and something like One Punch Man. Because One Punch Man is an animation. I think most animations are things you could watch with the sound off and still really understand what's going on. Samurai Jack, in my opinion, is the best animated example of animation. Like, it is true to its heart animation, because I have literally watched all of Samurai Jack with just a soundtrack on and no actual uh no actual sound effects, and it fucking works. It works so well.
Yeah, like it's very very interesting because yeah, storytelling versus like the animatic, like purely like seeing the whole like oh man, I felt that hit. And that's kind of actually a really great example on how you should do comic frames sometimes. Sometimes you are drawing the the impact frame of the vibe of the physics more times in a comic than you are trying to do like the anime smear frame. You're doing more of Tom and Jerry in comics than you are doing like an an anime panels in a comic. Like
This
your
is some of
impact
my
frame of your
favorite
punch.
shit to do.
So hell yeah.
It
Like
looks
impact frame
so
that you use for
good.
your punch. Hell yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, no, I was just giving an example from what you were drawing earlier of like the impact frame of the punch that you were doing. You were drawing a Tom and Jerry, more Tom and Jerry esque vibe to represent the physics.
Absolutely. If you look at this cartoony ass image I have right here, this is some One Piece shit. And because One Piece is another great example of
Yes.
really good animation that is using its medium to the fullest.
Yeah, like they're not afraid to break the model, is what many of the industry calls it. Breaking your model can lead to great benefits for the reason of either theming or representation or vibes, basically. So break your models when you learn how to draw your models and stuff like that.
I'm gonna go back and
It's really fun, and you will be able to make more dynamic poses and more like stylized characteristics and stuff like that. That's why a lot of my characters, like after I figure out how to draw my characters, I go back and I do figure drawing with their body types to learn more about how to draw them in dynamic poses and stuff like that. Because, like, for instance, I have a little guy. He is like maybe less than half the size of most humans and really stout and has hands as feet and a thick ass tail and stuff like that. And to try and
sounds
practice
like the
drawing
ultimate
different
little guy.
he's the ultimate little guy. And like gosh, ultimate little guy, and and to force myself to learn both how to draw different body types and different types of poses with this character, I go through a series of just like really light like drawings with this character's body shape, drawing them with like a randomizer, uh, like figure drawing randomizer. Basically, this is like I just cycle through figures. I don't try to pick the figure drawing that like fits the best with the character. No, I actually do the opposite. I just like draw whatever figure pops up and try to make sure this character makes sense in his own
Also,
space.
for anyone watching, this is how you use the fingertip tool to add dynamism to a static shot like that.
Wait. Okay, I don't know if you can do it with the blur tool, but I don't know if you can also back up a little bit with your blurring. Um,
I
there
can.
is okay. So if you go into your rulers,
Yeah.
okay, and you go
Oh, sorry,
into
rulers. Rulers.
special rulers, so you'll see a little drop down menu once you get into special rulers. Once you click on it,
Symmetrical line. Special rulers? I don't know if I
you
have
should
special
be able to
rulers.
see special rulers. Hold on. Yeah, it's underneath figure ruler.
Oh, it's underneath figure ruler? Wait, hold on.
Look
Huh?
on your left hand side. Special ruler. Up above perspective.
Okay. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so left hand side of that two columns,
Mm-hmm.
third row
Oh,
down.
there it is. There it is. Special ruler.
Okay, so now you're gonna go to that drop down menu
Alrighty.
and then go to radical line
Radical line.
and then point put the point on his cheek. And
Oh,
now
I know
use
what
your
this is. Yeah. Yeah. Hold up. Let me
I don't
find
know if it
that.
works with blur tools. I keep forgetting. Oh, it does. Yay! Wait, no, it doesn't. Damn
No,
it.
it doesn't. Just as normal. I will, however, come back in with, because I love thick oil paint. I'm going to come back in. I'm going to grab a lighter color in here. Last one.
And if you ever need to move it, you just use the one that has the cube with the arrow. It's underneath your grab tool. You can use it and hover over it, and you can be able to move it wherever you want.
All right. And now we're going to come back in. We're going to grab. Boom. Hold up. How the fuck?
Oh, if you want to move the ruler, it's underneath the grab tool.
Oh, there it
That
is. It's the operation one.
Operation tool, yeah.
All right. And I can delete it because I don't want it there anymore.
Yep.
And then honestly, I'm gonna come back in again with my fucking blender and do that shit again.
Hell yeah. But yeah, the special rulers are definitely special. Highly recommend messing around with those because those are really fucking fun. Because like they have so many options, and you can do radical stuff. You can do all kinds of things with it.
I gotta say, it's turned this fucking impact frame into a cool, like actually legitimately cool. Like that looks
Hell
like
yeah.
someone got fucking like fucking decked. And that's a good feeling. This looks like a really controlled sword swing. You can get a lot of effects with really limited stuff. The fingertip tool is one of my favorite tools in CSP. All right.
Do you want me to show you another ruler?
Of course. Show you, be
okay.
my guide today.
Okay, so go to rulers, which is yep, there. It's still in special rulers, by the way. You go into there and you go down to what is it called? Let's see. A parallel curve.
Parallel curve. There we go.
Parallel curve. And do that with your sword. And you can, it's basically works like Boolean kind of thing.
Oh.
And all of the lines will be parallel.
I see. How the fuck do you get it to end?
You double click on the same dot.
All right. And now we're going to come in. You know what? Let's add some flame to this shit. We're going to come in with this. Doesn't look like much right now. But we're going to come in with some yellows.
And it's following the exact same line, so you don't have to think about it or worry about it. You just go.
Yep. You come in with some yellows. I'm actually going to come in with some blacks here at the top. And I'm going to come...
It makes it so much faster, and this is what I've been trying to push my friends. It's like, this would be faster if you were
And this
just
is
here, I promise.
This is the right here is the reason why I use gray as a background, is because if I want stark white, I want it to actually fucking stick out.
Hell yeah. Also, you should be using gray anyway because it's easier on your eyes.
Big tip right there. And then we fucking come back in. Hell yeah, there we go.
Hell yeah.
It's that good shit.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
I have been watching too much High Rollers. There was a golem in High Rollers, and Mark Humes was like, "Oh no, I don't want to make another silly sound. My players will make fun of me." Oh yeah, this golem, it makes a kind of noise when it approaches. A kind of like loud, high pitched sort of whine, like an "oh yeah." Fuck.
I would have made fun of him too.
It was so funny. They all fucking lost it because they didn't have to say shit. He knew. He knew the moment it came out. He was like, fuck.
God damn it.
Look at that shit. Look at that fucking fiery shit. That's some good shit.
Yeah. So yeah, like all the special rulers are really cool. I use them all the time when I'm trying to just do something very particular with my that's why like in all of the Secrets of Ashura,
Mm-hmm.
the Tales of Ashura like comic panels, how I was able to get those clean lines
Mm-hmm.
going in the same direction all the time.
It
I
makes
use that
sense.
a lot.
When I do bigger pieces, like more intense pieces or pieces with like more actual like scene in it, I will definitely use a ruler at some point in it to help.
Yeah. And like if you're doing like ripples or like shockwaves and stuff like that, the rulers can work the same way as well, the special rulers.
And this is just coming at it from a different angle. This is all really helpful. But again, if you don't like using this, if you don't want to use this,
oh yeah, 100%.
Like don't. The like humanity in a good, like here, I'll go back to when we were talking about putting ripples in earlier, is if I came in and I threw some wrong thing. If I came in and I threw some, what the heck? How did that?
Oh, you're in your one of your comics.
Oh yeah, that's how that worked. I was like, what the fuck? But if I like putting up the comic panels. I don't actually like following them. I just like think they're helpful. But if I came in and I did some like shaky, oh wait, what the fuck?
Oh, you're still on ruler. You can delete it if you just select it on the layer.
I could have sworn I deleted it already.
Boop. But
There we go. But if I can,
to interject.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, but it is time for me to head out because of time zone bullshit. So I just want to say a quick, hey, thanks for having me on here. Also, thanks for doing a big teach for me. I feel like even though I've been very silent a lot of the time I've been here, it is literally because I've been absorbing what you two have been talking about. So this has been a treat.
I'm glad I could be helpful because I am what I would consider very amateurish at all this. I am pretty much entirely self-taught when it comes to the digital side of art, especially like
there is merit in the knowledge
Ray's a
I come from
professional.
a different background and a different set of strengths than both of you, and so therefore, even though it's hey, it's I'm self-taught, or hey, it's I'm doing something else, right? I'm still actively learning. Um,
Mhm.
so please don't discredit just how much you have to offer, because even if you are an amateur, you can still teach a pro, right?
Yes,
Like there is truth in
100%.
that. There is merit in the fact that like simply by learning how to do something or having a different perspective on how to approach something, you can still teach. One of the things I'm interrupting myself for a second. A philosophy I fucking hate, and I loathe it. I loathe it. Is you can't teach an old dog new tricks, right? By that same logic, by that same logic, what you're saying is that professionals can't learn from newbies or amateurs, and that's just incorrect. That's just
I
factually
agree.
incorrect. So please don't discredit yourself just because you're self-taught. That has no credential bearing when it comes to teaching, especially if the people that you are teaching or the people that you are talking to have some semblance of, and we love and we hate this word, but it is true, foundations, right? And I remember the
Mhm.
one of the other nights, Ray, you were talking about how that means so many different things, right?
Yes.
And it's because that means so many different things, right, that whatever you bring to the table is going to have merit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I
Exactly.
throw preconceived notions about quote unquote good art out the fucking window.
Yeah, like just do what you're having fun with. 80% fun, 20% learning. You will get there like when you get there. Uh and like yeah, just like have a blast with a craft that you enjoy. That's like the biggest thing for art, and that's why artists started doing art. And that's why AI boys are so mad at us, is that we're just doing art for our own enjoyment and still got better than them,
Mhm.
as opposed to doing it for profit or anything like that. It's just like,
Mhm.
no, we're just doing it. We understand, but yeah, we're just doing it, and we got better.
Yeah.
I got better.
Oh, I got better.
She
But
turned
yeah,
me into a newt.
to that point though, I have to bid you all an adieu because I need to go do the slap.
All
So
right, slept well. I know you have a
thanks for
trip
having me.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Safe
luck.
travels.
Safe
Thank you.
travels.
Bye.
Bye.
But very, very true. 100% true. Couldn't say it better. A wise, like a wise master never turns down a a new experience. Like the best masters out there always are learning. They are never turning down new
I
experiences.
think something I thought was really cool is there was this video that Aqua posted. Shout out to Aqua in chat. There was this
Hell yeah.
video that Aqua posted that was a like master Japanese swordsmith watching a like amateur swordsmith make a like Damascus steel katana. And I went into the video 100% biased, fully expecting this person, this older man, to just start shitting on the younger man's work. And that was by that the bias came from the fact that I live in America and that's how fucking Americans are. But this humble ass man was like, wow, these are really good ideas. Wow, this kid is really skilled. Oh, those are some techniques I could try. And I was like, fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah.
Exactly. He's a master. That's an actual master, as opposed to just someone who like calls themselves a master and then just is a jackass. Uh, like I don't want to use Gordon Ramsay, but that's like the easiest one for people to kind of like understand on a deeper level in terms of like cooking and stuff like that. Because cooking and stuff like that is a little bit more universal than art. Um, because we need to eat food, and that's the only reason. But if we needed to eat art, art would be more important. But anyway, uh,
God, if only.
in terms of like how Gordon Ramsay like yells at a bunch of fucking adults who have cocky attitudes who believe that they're better when they just strut up and say like I'm a chef and I deserve to be here, as opposed to like, okay, I'm going to prove, you have to actually prove that you deserve to be here, and why Gordon yells at him versus, and this is why he's a master at his craft, is because he is gentle to kids who are still learning the craft.
He's
He's
also
not.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, go for it.
I was just gonna say he's also really like understanding. There have been behind the scenes footage released of like situations where he's made like he's made poor fucking chefs cry, and he'll like stop and he'll go, hey, I'm being hard on you because I want you to get better, but in actuality you're doing one of the hardest jobs that a human can do here, and that's cook for other people, and you're
Yes.
doing it in a timely manner, and I don't want you to like think bad of yourself for doing it like in the way that you're doing it. Everyone makes mistakes, and I think he does get a little bit too much shit for how actually nice of a guy he is.
Yeah, he does. He does get a whole bunch of too much shit. But it's like that's what shows that he is a master. He truly cares and is passionate about his craft. That's why he gets mad when people just strut up and say, "I know how to cook," and then they actually are talking shit. And they're clearly insulting his craft that he loves. And that's super insulting to do to a master, where it's just like, I'm the best thing and I'm going to prove that I'm the best person, and then just not care enough to learn how to do certain fundamentals and just spit in the face
Exactly.
of fundamentals. That's why he gets pissed off. And I could see that just by like trying to compare it to how I would like react to somebody completely spitting on fundamentals. Uh, it's just like, yeah, like I get pissed off at AI bros because they are spitting on fundamentals. That's why I get mad at them. It's like, you don't care about the craft, you just care about the outcome.
Yep, it's the whole like journey, not the destination thing, and AI art
Yeah.
is just about the fucking destination. It's just about getting there.
And it's
And
just about the profit. It's very,
mhm.
very egotistical capitalism, like vibes
It's
all around
extremely
that.
capitalism minded, and it wouldn't be like as popular as it is if capitalism was not a thing, because if it was not monetarily oriented, the motivation for so many of these people to use it would be fucking gone. And I'm not talking about your average loser who loads up an AI art program to like make a character picture for their fucking D&D character. That's just some misinformed motherfucker. Like, I'm
Yeah,
talking about
that's
the
fine.
people who are trying to like benefit off of actual like
Or be
yeah,
cheapskates.
yeah.
Like benefit or be cheapskates, like, and not
Mm-hmm.
actually pay somebody for a luxury item and a craft that they honed. Um, it's wild. It's fucking wild.
And like I hear I'll even go so far. I think the term cheapskate's bullshit, because cheapskate like like indicates like, oh yeah, and like it's used in a negative way. I'm a fucking cheapskate. I fucking want the cheapest shit most of the time that still functions, but I'm not going to do it in a way that is like insulting to other
Mm.
people.
Yeah,
And I think that's the key difference, is like it it
I call that being
negative.
frugal, or
Exactly. Yeah. It's one thing to actually like be conscious about your money. It's another thing to want it's the want your cake, like want to have your cake and eat it too. Like that's
yeah,
exactly what that is.
it's like 100% that. Because like, yeah, it's, and the reason why I say cheapskate is because they want a luxury item for nothing.
Yeah.
Not in the
I
terms of being frugal and caring about like, it's like, I don't want to pay extra money for this thing that could clearly be free, in the sense of like, I don't know, uh like Adobe products, because clearly that should be free at this point with certain things. But uh cough cough, black flag. But
sorry.
other than
Oh,
that,
Come together, sing along, all your hopes and dreams.
But like, other than that, it's like, yeah, these people are being legitimate asshole cheapskates because they don't want to pay for something that will benefit another person because they don't view a luxury item as value. Like, they want a luxury item that has value to be free.
I have the joy of getting to be in a Warhammer 40K game that some friends invited me to. I am playing this is my character. It's not a perfect drawing, but I'm happy with it. But I am playing this character. I'm playing a fucking sister battle. There is not a single piece of art that is like this online. I fucking had to do this my fucking self. I had to learn how to draw all these pieces. I had to practice for years, and it's still not exactly where I want it. That is years of work. That is years of knowledge and practice that has gone into learning how to do that. I am not going to like sit here and be like, you know, I don't want every single piece of art for every character I've ever had done and rendered perfectly in front of me right now. It's nice to be able to press an easy button. The easy button has gotten us to the world we're in right now.
Yep.
Actually do
is that-
something.
And the thing is that, okay, so there is a thing that AI, but not AI art and not AI bros can ever do. But the things that AI could be used for could be like, okay, so for instance, a program that helps soundboarders actually know where all the ums are in a speech and be able to make a quick cut, not cut so they can cut it on their own, but quick flags in the audio of where they all might be, and that assists the soundboarder to make sure that they can get all the correct ums. That's proper AI. That's what many people in the industry want to see, are things that are like, we just want help doing our craft faster as a tool, not this other bullshit. They want to use it as a
Exactly.
tool, not as a product.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I am
I'm like,
actually sorry. Go ahead.
oh no, it's like I'm just a big sigh because we're getting so fucked when it, like, we're
Mm-hmm.
being delayed on the actual product that the industry would thrive on because people got the fad in their system before they
Mm-hmm.
actually got like the proper part of this tool out, and it really pisses me off that we're being delayed. But
I
continue.
I would love fucking learning program tools. Genuinely. I welcome learning program tools. They can be extremely helpful. You know what I would love to be able to do? Press a button on my computer that tells me all of the spots where I accidentally left the line open. That'd be real
Yeah,
great. That'd
exactly.
be real nice.
It's just like, the fuck. And then, but what's going to end up happening as well is that people are, or many companies are going to get misinformed about like the people's reactions and be like, we don't want any AI. It's just like, no, we want AI that doesn't scrape the internet to like basically steal from others. That's the thing that we don't want. We want AI to help us with certain things, like finding diseases or finding certain like
You know what? I'll go out on a
cultures. You know?
I'll go out on a fucking limb. I am actually not against AI generative pictures. You know, I'll fucking say it in a very specific context
Very
because
specific
there
context.
are circumstances where artists are properly compensated to
Yes.
help program an AI art for a character generator. That could very easily be ethically done because that character generator is never finished eating. it will always need to be better. It will always be improving on it. And if you are feeding it consistently good art done by actual artists that you are compensating properly, that is a really cool program that all those artists can say that they worked on.
Yeah.
That,
And that's
sure.
the big thing is like it doesn't need like they could just don't fucking steal from people. Just do what like stock photos does and like make a proper like monetizing contract thing that people can like subscribe to or some shit, and like you can upload if you wanted it up there two things and still get proper credit for it and proper compensation. But yeah, but also on the other end of that, if it's like a corporation type thing, um you can have an in-house AI that doesn't go to other
Absolutely.
places. And but the thing is that again, it's used as a tool, not as a product. That's the big thing here. Is
If
like
if Wizards
using it
used
to speed up the product, not to make it as the product.
if Wizards was using an AI art program and like actually appropriately doing it, they would take all of the licensed pieces of art that they have under contract and feed only them into it and let it eat that and feed off that. They would be able to do shit with that. And honestly, most people couldn't complain because those artists were paid for their fucking work. The bad side about that is the future is, oh no, that means they could just generate things without ever needing to pay artists again in the future. Not fucking true. Like,
Yeah,
not
it's a
fucking
tool.
true. The generative art behind it would be useful for generating a new picture of a monster in a different way, in a different context, but it's not going to be great at generating a new monster or an NPC you have a specific design for, or a character
Well,
in a
not only
story.
that, you would also need people to do cleanup. That's the thing. Like you
Yep.
still need. It's like it's not the final product. It's like, hey, something like this because let's be honest, corporations don't know what the fuck how to do art, and only artists know how to do art. Uh, like they would be like,
Sorry,
hey, we're
one
looking
second.
for something. Oh yeah, what's up?
Just saw Crispy. Crispy, you can jump in call, but I am literally about to end. I was about to send people off to Connor. I was just finishing up the conversation.
Oh, sorry, but I'll wrap up a little bit. But yeah, like it's more along the fact of like using it still as a tool. Like you still need AI directors and all that kind of stuff. Uh, just like not AI directors, but you need art directors, specifically art directors, not AI directors.
And
Like
cleanup artists. You will need cleanup artists. Like, an AI will never be able to do it perfectly because it
yeah,
is a guess. It is literally guessing. It's not actual AI. It's
and it's not
generative
actual
imagery.
and it's not actual intelligence. That's the thing. A lot of people think AI is intelligence. It's like no, it is whatever you put it into, which is man-made. Like that is
The closest
only as
thing
good as what you put in it. It is not actual intelligence.
the closest thing to AI intelligence that we actually have is Neurosama. She's a streamer and she is literally constantly being edited and fed code by a real human. And that is the
In real
reason why
time.
she in real time, and that is the reason why she's the closest to actual AI. Because there's a
Yeah.
real human constantly adjusting her to make sure she's realistic.
Yeah, you always will need a human interacting to make a proper product. 100%. You cannot do 100% AI with anything. It does not work. It's a tool. It is a Google. It's a Google search. It is your reference sheet. It is all these other things, but it is not the product.
Also, hello, Crispy. You
Hi.
can see what I've been working on up till now. I've
Yeah.
been doing some comic paneling and some action shots and that kind of stuff. I'm very happy with how it all came out. Actually,
Okay.
I still got it as far as fight choreography. goes.
Okay, I had to say, looking at all the sheet, I think my favorite is definitely at the bottom right. The sword swing is I really like that sword swing.
I'm very
love
happy
that.
with how it came out too. Yeah, I really like the feet on it because it adds a lot of dynamism to the pose. I
Mhm.
I really like that sketchy style that I was doing today. It's something I don't do as much because I try to challenge myself, but I really like doing it.
Understandable.
But I appreciate Crispy showing up here for the end, but I'm gonna send you all off. My hand hurts.
Understandable.
So I'm gonna give it a rest, and I'm gonna send you all to look at some cool art on some cards with a cool person named Connor. Right in
Aw.
Distortion Devil, you can say, if you want to, in chat when you get there, AI art sucks!
Yup.
And that's it. Alright.
Say it with your whole chest.
Say it with your whole chest. I love you all. Y'all have a good stream. I do not promote parasocial relationships despite me saying I love you to my chat. Have a good one, y'all.